why this dumbass park right there, like, you literally gotta be some kind of stupid to park right in the middle of a fucking park where there's not even, like, there's clearly designated areas to fucking park, you dipshit. What a dumbass. So many. Far spread. They have far reach, dumbasses. The farthest reach you'll ever fucking see. So annoying. The farthest fucking reach you'll ever see. A bunch of dumbasses they will be. Far as they be. Dumbasses they will be. Jesus. Imagine not knowing where to fucking park because, like, you're literally slow as fuck. And you park. I just went to a gas station to buy a bottle of water and my car was declined. I guess the tax was too much, so the tax was too much, I guess. I've had a dry cough since I haven't had any water. It's a sign of dehydration. Welcome to the realities of being fucking poor. I feel so bad for animals that have owners that don't deserve them. There's this dog that lives right here in the back of this freaking fenced-in yard, and it just barks and barks and barks and barks and barks and barks and barks all day long, and the poor dog has probably never been loved, never had any attention, probably been mistreated and neglected and abused his whole fucking life, and I feel horrible for the dog. I want to free him. Feel horrible for the dog. So I have no money for food today. I have enough gas to get to a gas station. I haven't had any water since yesterday. The water that I do have is tainted. I drank half of it before I realized it was the wrong color. So if I die, finally, you know. This is how last year was. Christmas last year was probably the worst day I've ever had in my entire life. Even over prison, even over losing my child. I've never felt the level of desperation for death that I did that day. It was horrible. It was absolutely horrible. So I can only imagine, given today's circumstances, what fucking Christmas is going to be like. The joys of, you know, worrying if your psychotic episode is going to send you to jail. Love that for me. You know, love that. And, you know, that's something that's not talked about in homelessness, like the desperation, like the whole Jordan Neely thing. Like, I know exactly where he was at. And he meant every word that he fucking said, because I'm there on a bi-weekly fucking basis, babe. I'm there today. You might actually catch me out on Jack's Beach screaming, I'm ready to go to motherfucking Rikers. Somebody fucking come at me. Like, you know, because there comes a point where you lose hope, you lose your faith, you lose everything. So I know exactly where Jordan was the day that he was killed, mentally. I find it interesting that his father is all over the fucking news crying, you didn't care about your son, sir. You didn't give a fuck about him when he was out here hungry, strung out on drugs, acting a fool. You didn't care then. You only care now because you're hoping that some damn attorney can help you win some fucking money. How shameful. And then we wonder why people like Jordan Neely become statistics. Look at the parent. Look at that sorry excuse of a father. A weak man that abandoned his son when he had the opportunity to raise him. Some of us never get that. Just want to keep mentioning that today. Because family is the most important thing. So some of us never get that. And then you have fathers like this that only come and show up when their son dies and they think that they might see some money from it. What did I say? Jordan Neely's father declares the system is rigged. Yeah, no shit. No shit, Sherlock. Said that he's going to move forward with a civil lawsuit against Daniel Penny. Well, you'll lose that too, sir. You know, because what they're going to do is they're going to analyze what Penny was doing at the time of this. They're going to analyze what your son was doing at the time of this. And then they're going to analyze what you were doing at the time of this. And all of that is going to be pulled into the spotlight. There's no denying that you abandoned your son. What in the fuck? People are so jealous, y'all. Look at the freaking stalkers. Kathy's blocked. Y'all go be on somebody else's channel with your bullshit. Hey, Kevin. Who else needs to be blocked? Hey, C. The lunacy. The absolute lunacy. People are so weird. So it looks like Manhattan jury acquitted the 26-year-old man of criminally negligent homicide and manslaughter. Something that I found interesting when Jordan Neely's dad spoke, it wasn't about Jordan. It was about him. He made it about him. The father made it about himself. It wasn't about Jordan. He says, I didn't have to go through this. It really hurts. It really, really hurts. Sir, it wasn't hurting when you was doing drugs, abandoning your son. Pisses me off. People like that get an opportunity. Jordan Neely's father blames racism in a system. No, you should blame yourself. Dude. Fucking stupidity. It doesn't get any better, does it? It doesn't get any better. Good morning. Maybe if I mix that bad water with some damn powder, it won't taste bad. I've got to drink something. If I just sit here and drink nothing today, I'm going to be sick as fuck. I already feel bad. Yesterday, I felt really bad from not having any water. And food, the food that I had a pack of tuna, 2 boiled eggs, and some oysters for dinner. Like, that's not, it's, you know, it's not going to make you feel good, is what I'm getting at. That's not going to make you feel good. And this is exactly why every time, it's like, you know, I don't know. I guess this is why my mind mentally starts to slip. This is why we see people like Jordan Neely behaving like they were behaving on the train, because they haven't eaten, they haven't had water, they haven't had sleep, they don't know what's going on. The longer you go on like that, not being hydrated and eating, the more your mind slips into fucking insanity. It's sad, and I mean, that's literally what I'm fucking going through right now. It's just crazy that even in my worst of worst, I've never taken it out on other people in society, and that's where I don't agree with. This is why I agree with Daniel Penny holding him down. Because I go through this every fucking week. Every week. I mean, granted, last week I had money because it was my birthday. So, you know, I was able, that's how I paid for groceries. That's how I bought gas. That's how I take care of myself. And I don't now. So, you know, I can't do anything about that. I knew that there was a chance that, you know, that I would get financially stranded. So I get sick of talking about it. It's like somebody thinks shit's changed. No, that's just getting worse. Just getting worse. Time and time again, it just gets worse. It sucks. It absolutely sucks. Especially when I look into society and I see all these fucking cracks and all I want to do is fucking work. Filling out job application after job application. Telling myself I wasn't going to put myself through that anymore and still doing it anyways kind of pisses me off because once again, I got the same fucking result as I got the first fucking 9,000 times. No answers, no job, no opportunity. More scams, more perverts. Bitches that are not happy with themselves taking it out on me. When does it end? When do I get hired? When can I afford a house? When can I feed myself on a consistent basis so that I can actually put on a pound or two so that I don't look sick and I'm not judged by the fact that I'm skinny and take care of myself? You know, when will I be able to just buy water, a case of water every week? I mean, that's difficult. Like buying a case of water from Walmart, which is what, like $5? I can't even afford that some weeks. Like now. Is that too much to ask to be able to afford a fucking case of water? 3 meals a fucking day? When did we come so fucking out of touch in society? Or am I just the only one living this way? I need to know. Am I the only one living this way? Because I thought other motherfuckers said they was struggling. This is struggling. I want to be clear that this is fucking struggling. So if you're not going through this, be fucking grateful. I don't want to ever hear nobody say, oh, I'm struggling. Like, what you mean? What level of struggling? Because I'm in a fucking infinite loop over here. An infinite motherfucking loop. As I watch people fucking Christmas shop and fucking take their families out to eat and fucking give me fucking side eyes as I walk through to use the goddamn bathroom. I'm fucking sick of this world. I'm sick of people. I'm sick of trying to fucking survive. Like, I'm so tired of fucking surviving. Like, so tired of fucking surviving. Drinking goddamn toilet water. I don't even fucking know. I tried to look up what could be in the fucking water, and it essentially said minerals and bullshit, and then one of it said fucking mud, and another one said that it could be pollution. Iron. Rusty yellow tint. Old plumbing pipes with rust buildup. Wonderful. Let's get fucking tetanus in the gut. People be like, oh, I was homeless once. I'm like, oh, what'd you do? They're like, oh, I stayed with friends. I'm like, what you mean? Like, you couch surf? They're like, no, they gave me a room. For how long? 2 years. What a hard life to be homeless with a shower and a stove and a toilet. This is fucking crazy. Yeah, I was homeless once. I was homeless once. I got to couch surf for 2 years, you know? Yeah, great question. Do I believe in God? Yeah, God is front and center, and I don't know why. Listen, I know that like free will exists. I get that, but my problem is if God loves us, I understand free will. I understand that the shit that I've been through, the things that have been done to me, is not God doing them to me. How long coming off sobriety do you have to be clean before God starts like rewarding you? Like, how many years of absolute hell on earth do you have to go through before you start to see rewards from God? Do you have to get towards the point of almost atheism and then have an epiphany for that to happen? Because I feel like I might be teetering on the edge of atheism. Like, seriously, I just, you know, it's so frustrating. It's so frustrating to do the right things, to make the changes that I've changed, and for things to become worse. Like, and what's crazy is you would think that somebody would have said, oh, by the way, not everybody's life gets better when you get sober. It might take fucking 2 decades to get back on your feet. Nobody told me this. Nobody said that the economy was going to fucking crash just as I fucking got sober. You know, I just, yeah, I do believe in God, but I'm angry at God a little bit. I'm angry at God. I'm angry at God, because if he knows my soul, then what the fuck is going on? This ain't cute anymore. You know? This ain't cute anymore. I don't understand. I don't understand what his plan is. What's the point? That's also another thing. What's the point? Are you just allowing this to happen to see how much I can fucking take before I actually snap and go insane and never come back, psychologically speaking? Like, what is the point of everything? I don't understand what the point is. Because you tell people about these things and they can't even comprehend. So the stuff that I've been through is not even comprehensible for most. I don't understand the point of why God has put me on this path. And it makes me question his existence. Absolutely. Absolutely. Because if by all logic what the Bible preaches is real, then I should not be having these problems. I have no problems with virtue. None. I'm one of the best people that you could ever meet. And I've been shit on my whole life because of that. Because I'm honest, because I'm forthcoming, because I'm kind, because I'm generous, because I take the initiative, because I'm a hard worker, because I'm accommodating, because I go out of my way to make others feel good about themselves. There's so many things that I've been, all of that, and so much more that has been people, society, God's people, has tried to crush out of me. What is the point of this? Why is he putting me through this absolute fucking hell on earth with all of these horrible, evil, manipulative, backstabbing, conniving, evil people? Why did he put me here with this soul and this conscience and this empathy and this love and this anger? Why did he do this to me? Why? Why does he give the kindest people the most fucking empathy and then put them through the absolute worst fucking life? What is the point? What am I supposed to learn? What does he want me to see in this? Because all it's doing is making me angry. It's making me hate him. It's making me question my whole fucking existence. Because if what the word preaches is real, then my life shouldn't fucking look like this. I've never hurt people like they have hurt me. I've never hurt anyone. What is the point? What is the point? Last Christmas was bad enough. The last fucking 20 years have been bad enough. My whole fucking life, even when I was a kid, I fucking hated Christmas. It was never a joyous fucking moment in my fucking home, ever growing up. Why would I want to fucking relive that as a fucking adult? The stress, the hell, worrying about where money's gonna come from, worrying about how they're gonna feed us. Oh, welcome to your fucking adult life. I wish that's what they should have done. They should have gift wrapped my fucking future in a fucking love note and fucking gave it to me when I was 8. By the way, just wanted to let you know, your loving parents wanted to pop in here and let you know that your adult life is gonna look just like the fucking chaos that you have going on tonight. Like, what is the point? That I just don't understand. If what he said is, if he says walk in my worry, blah 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 blah, why do things keep getting worse? Because the more I change, the more I grow, the better I get, the more I heal, the worse things fucking get. What is the point? It makes me so angry at God. It makes me so angry, and then I think about all the opportunities he's had to put good people in my life, but instead, he lined me, he put the worst in society right in my fucking path. Oh, but he can't mess with free will. No, but he can, he can guide you. God has never guided me. I mean, he's guided me towards change. He's guided me towards bettering myself. But I'm talking about him in general, his purpose for my life, what he wants me to do with all this fucking information he keeps revealing to me. It literally fucking kills me to look at this fucking world. I'm disgusted. I'm completely disgusted with people. I'm just disgusted. I'm disgusted with this entire fucking world. Why burden somebody with all this bullshit and then punish them? I don't understand. I don't understand at all. It makes me so angry. It's not fair. You know, I wish that I could just walk around in fucking oblivion like half of fucking America, just blinders on, lying to my fucking self. Why can't I lie to myself? Why can't I lie to myself? Why do I have to have a conscience? Why do I have to do things constantly the right way? Why can't I just take and steal and fucking be a piece of shit like most people and not even have a conscience? Not even think about my actions. Not even contemplate what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. Thanks, God, for the conscience. Makes me so angry. I'm fucking disgusted by this world. I'm disgusted about this country. I'm scared for my children growing up in this fucking world. It fucking terrifies me. It's not fucking fair, and I'm so angry. And last year, I fucking held it in. I held it in last year, but you know, I get close to God, and then shit goes bad, and then I'm like, are you there? Are you really fucking there? Because I just feel like you're a sometimes fucking friend. I feel like you talk to me when it's fucking convenient for you and things are going good. Makes me so angry. I've been angry for a long time. See, last year I was on some bullshit where I let society kick me down, make me feel like shit about being homeless, and I turned it inward to the point that I wasn't even taking care of myself. I wouldn't even leave my fucking car. I didn't even want to throw trash away. I didn't even want to go use the bathroom because of the hate that I faced from society. See, a year ago, I didn't recognize what I think I always knew to be true, but I was too scared to fucking say because, oh, you're fat shaming people. Bullshit. That person shamed their fucking self when they stuffed donuts down their fucking throat. I didn't have nothing to do with that. I literally didn't even leave my home. I showed my ass at a rest stop. I had $16 on a car, and the fucking vending machine stole my money. It was all I had to eat that day. It was a horrible fucking Christmas, you know, and all because what? Because I refused to sell my soul, because I refused to be a prostitute, because I refused to strip in strip clubs. But I thought if we do the right thing, God would reward us. What happened to that? See, that's what I'm talking about. That's why it's like, is he real? Is he? It's so crazy. When I was wrapped up fucking a married man, I had a luxury house in South End Charlotte, unlimited, you know, bukus of money, drugs, alcohol, nice outfits every weekend. I mean, I would literally go on Friday to buy outfits for the weekend. You know, when I'm over here living in complete fucking sin, working in the worst fucking environment, drugs flowing, fucking a married man, I didn't have any fucking problems. None. Brand new fucking cars. But I step back and I evaluate what I'm doing and why I feel like I feel. And I get away from people like that. I get out of situations like that. I pull myself out of these fucking wretched ass fucking clubs where they were stealing my fucking soul. I get off the fucking drugs. I turn away from alcohol as much as possible. And we've made huge movements with that. Y'all have seen me fucking drunk. Yeah, y'all went through the strip club thing with me. So y'all have seen me fucking, just in this past year, I was looking at an old fucking video I posted last fucking year where I had on a stripper outfit dancing on camera. I said, what the fuck? I don't even remember posting that. That's not even who I am anymore. So if this is God's will, if God's leading me away from these things, then why does shit keep going even worse? If we're supposed to see rewards for doing his work, for following his work, for finding our moral purpose, for saving our souls, then why do things keep getting worse? Because I'm at a point today where I can't even rationalize his fucking existence because things are so bad. And they have been for fucking months. I lost my car. I fucking got my car back. You know, and I'm going to lose my car again. Like, I can't keep going through this. Like, something's got to give. I need change. I need stability. I need a fucking job, you know? Like, people say, oh, just stay positive. Bitch, it's been over a year. 10,000 job applications. I know that it's hard for people to imagine, but I want you to imagine for a minute. I'm trying to come up with a hypothetical scenario. I want you to imagine for a minute that you babysit a child to make some money. And all of a sudden, the day after you babysit this child, you're surrounded at your home by investigators. And they tell you that they're going to arrest you for misdemeanor child abuse because you broke a child's arm. Okay? You know that this never happened. As a matter of fact, there was scientific evidence that actually concluded that you could have even done this. Okay? You're charged anyways. You're convicted. You take an Alfred plea. And 10 years later, when you go to find a job, when you finally get your life together, back away from drugs, alcohol, and anything that is promiscuous, you get your life together and you can't find a fucking job because of that child abuse charge that you didn't do. It's exactly what happened to me. Exactly what happened to me. And it's exactly why I can't find a job. It's exactly why I'll probably never work again. And there's nothing I can do about it. Now, I could sue the state. Absolutely, I could sue them in a federal lawsuit. But I don't have money for things like that. Do I have evidence to support a lawsuit? Absolutely. But I can't do anything about it. What's done is done. It was told to me that this was the plan by a social worker. She said, quote, "You'll never work again." And she was right. She told me to get comfortable in the strip clubs, that I would never work again. Interesting thing to say. I don't even think that I understood the concept at the time. It's only 10 years later that I can't find fucking work. And I've been through close to 10,000 job applications, hundreds of in-person interviews, got ghosted more times than I even know how to count, that I finally recognized what she meant when she told me to get comfortable in the strip clubs, that it would be a long-term thing for me. The implication being that since I had a child abuse charge on my record, I'd never be hireable. Wow. Nostradamus over here. I've never been hired since that charge. I have not been hired. The jobs that I've had over the years were through people I knew. I have never been hired for a job or even looked at as a possible candidate for a position since I was charged with child abuse in 2016. Things that I didn't do. Once again, I just have to keep reiterating that because my daughter's going to see this someday. And she'll remember. She'll remember that her mommy never hurt her. It's crazy. Just the whole situation. And, where are the other women? Because I know I'm not the only victim. There's thousands of y'all. There's got to be hundreds of thousands of y'all. So what is it? You're ashamed that you were charged with child abuse? Neglect? And you don't want to come forward because you have that on your record, so you'd be doxing your fucking self? That's exactly what it is. There's so much shame that comes behind just the title or, and see, that's the thing. See, that's where they fucked up. I ain't never cared what anybody thought about me, especially when I know I didn't do something, honey. I'm going to stand on ground to the day I motherfucking die. See, that's the difference between me and most people in society. I can accept when I was wrong, and I'll admit when I was wrong. Always have and always will. But I'm not admitting to something I didn't do. But a lot of women are so ashamed of this bullshit, of losing their children, of their children becoming part of a system, that they don't even want to talk about it. It's taken me a while to even think about talking about it. It pisses me off, number one, because, we find out that there's judges over here getting kickbacks for detaining juveniles into a detention center. These judges faced almost 30 years in prison. They were about to face 30 years in prison, and Joe Biden pardoned them yesterday, day before yesterday. Child abusers looking out for child abusers, in my opinion. So we know that these things happen because we've caught people doing them. The system. Children being sold like sheep. Their futures being conditionalized for them. You know what I mean? They're being conditioned through the Department of Corrections for kickbacks for judges. And I talk about these things and people look at me like I'm crazy. And I'm like, wait a minute. What about all these cases? So it does happen. I'm just wondering when these women, these children of these situations, maybe even the fathers who have been victims, I'm just wondering where the other people are that are also victims of the Department of Health and Human Services, because I know I'm not the only one. I can't possibly be the only person, the chosen one, that was charged with child abuse when they didn't do it. It's rare, but it ain't that rare. And knowing what we know about prison statistics and the innocent, how many people are actually innocent in jails and prison, I'm willing to bet that it's a high rate, Like, it happens a lot more than people are willing to admit. And like I said, I'm sure there's mitigating circumstances to everybody's case. There was sure a lot to mine. But a lot of these parents don't want to come forward because they were in the wrong in some fucking way. Listen, there's no roadmap to parenting. I think we can all agree that most of us are simply out here trying to do what's in the best interest of our children. But when you grow up in a home where you don't have parents, and then you become a parent, you don't know how to be a parent. And that's why they say hurt people, even through, complete incompetence and negligence through intelligence. Well, I'm angry today, that's why. I just don't know why God keeps punishing me. Because that's what it feels like. That's exactly what it feels like. Oh, bullshit. Some believe that God's discipline is a form of love and favor. Oh, so he's a narcissistic abuser too? What the fuck? I need another snot rag. Really? Google, was that AI generated or was that damn been AI generated? Of course it is. This is why I don't ask Google questions, because they piss me off even worse. The damn aliens and the damn... That's what we're going to call it. Alien information. AI. Alien information. Sometimes it's true. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's blurry bullshit. I don't punish myself. I reward myself because I do the right things. I reward myself every day when I work out, when I drink my water, when I eat my food. I reward myself when I work on content. I reward myself when I focus on my healing, on my self-development, on my basic mental health. You know, I listen to Jordan a lot. I like Jordan, but I think I've been duped by Jordan because there was a time where Jordan didn't believe in God. Jordan Peterson. He didn't believe in God. And something happened. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's better for his platform, if it's better for him financially. I don't know. It would be, because Christianity, most people are Christians, you know. So I don't know. All I know, though, is that I heard him talk about Nietzsche and how Nietzsche said, famous philosopher, Nietzsche said that if we do not have religion, that the world would fall into complete and utter chaos. So I'm just wondering, if Jordan says he believes in God and he spreads the word of God and he preaches the positive side of God, if he's doing that because he agrees with Nietzsche that if we didn't have religion, that the world would become a madhouse. So is that Jordan's small way of trying to save humanity, trying to bring people back to faith through his lectures and speeches and stuff? I don't know. But it definitely makes me question whether or not God is real. Because if Nietzsche said he wasn't real and he was one of the smartest people ever, and then Jordan agreed with him by originally not believing in God, but then turning back to God, I don't know. I mean, there's clearly more evidence to support that this man existed, Jesus, that he existed. There's evidence to support that he was born. There's more evidence to support the Son of God than not, but I just feel like why did I get rewarded when I was doing bad things then? Why is it when I was living a life of complete sin, doing drugs, getting drunk, having sex, why is it that I was rewarded then? Do you see what I'm saying? It doesn't even make sense. If what the word says is real, then why did I get rewarded for participating in evil and corruption? But then when I get my shit together and I live my life through the Lord's walk, why do things get harder? If God's real. If he's real. Do you see what I'm saying? I never skipped a meal. I never went without water. I never went without drinks when I was living a life of sin. And matter of fact, motherfuckers was buying me drinks all the time. So why is it that I switch up and after 4.5 years of, getting my shit together, things just progressively get worse? If God's word is real. Lord, what is going on? I'm sorry to my regular followers. These questions are legitimate, but, I know a lot of y'all, I see y'all ain't smart enough to have these conversations. Why is that? Why is that? Why does he reward evil people like the ones in my comment section, but good people like me who have done nothing since I started this channel but try to bring people together and help others, tell my story so people don't go down my path? I'm a Christian, and I think, why do you think he's full of shit now, dead man? He's clearly playing. Oh, see, that's what I was saying. Did you see that new, like, special they're doing? I don't think he can remove my damn financial insecurities, hun. I wish he could, but I don't think that he can. Like, I'm so far in debt right now. Like, it's what's gonna happen first. Am I gonna get locked up first, or am I gonna lose my truck first? Either way, that means that the other's gonna happen. You know what I mean? As a byproduct. So, you know, if I get locked up, I can't make my bills. So then, you know, and I ain't got no money to pay my bills. So, same shit, different day. Fucking hate the holidays. It just makes it so much worse to have to watch people be ungrateful for the shit that they have. And I know they are, because I see how people act in public. I literally saw a child have a fucking meltdown the other day in a gas station. And the mother just standing there like it's not even fucking happening. My biggest thing is I just don't want to ever forget being hungry. Like, all the time. Like, even on days that I eat, I'm still hungry because I go without food so often that the days that I do eat, it's really not replenishing. You know what I mean? Like, how can I explain it? When you go days without eating, every day that you go without eating, you're losing like 25% of your strength. So it's kind of like your energy level has a half-life of days that you don't eat. Do you see what I'm saying? So when you're not drinking water and you don't have food, the first day you go without food and water, you feel really rough. But I think the first and second day is the hardest. It's day 3 and 4 that it starts to get to you. You become physically, your lips are bleeding because you're so dehydrated. You can't use the bathroom. You stop urinating. You're not using the bathroom at all because you're not putting anything in your system. You become extremely weak. Your skin is dry. You immediately notice after day 3 or 4 that your body has already started to eat itself. I can physically look in the mirror and see that I've lost weight within 2 or 3 days. I can't imagine what people during the Holocaust went through. I have a sliver of what it's like to be hungry, but I can't imagine what those people went through. It's one of the worst feelings in the fucking world to be thirsty and hungry and not have the resources to do that for yourself. You know, those food stamps that they took from me, I was one of the fucking Americans that actually deserved them and fucking needed them. And they took that over something that was not set in stone. I was penalized for a one-time $1,000 donation that I didn't even, you know, get the majority of. But it's just crazy how shitty the fucking system is. I'm fucking homeless. I don't qualify for any assistance when it comes to housing. I'm homeless. I've worked with their Work First programs through the Department of Social Services, which is what you're supposed to do when you're homeless. They have not found me fucking work. I've been working with them for months. And this is not the first time that I've went through the Work First program. You know, I'm supposed to qualify for food assistance. Nope. So if somebody in my position who is literally homeless, jobless, with a criminal record, can't find a fucking job, and has no income, if I don't qualify for some kind of assistance to find work, maybe housing and food, then who the fuck does? Who the fuck does if I don't? And then people wonder why homeless people turn to drugs and alcohol. This is why. Absolutely, this is why. Because government agencies are bullshit unless you have motherfucking kids. The only people that government agencies want to fucking help is people that they can fucking bitch slap around and make follow their fucking commands and jump through their motherfucking hoops. If you're a real American that has worth ethic, a little bit of education, and some backbone, honey, you're not going to get any fucking assistance. You got to have a bunch of kids. Bunch of kids. Then you qualify. Well, your name will go on a list for maybe like 7 years before you get an apartment. But you'll qualify. It just might be half a fucking decade before they get you in there. What a fucking pathetic world we live in. Yeah, if you probably went with a week without food and water, they'd probably find you done passed out somewhere. You done dropped walking down the fucking road and wake up in the back of an EMS with more fucking problems, because now you're going to pay a $3,000 hospital bill when all you needed was a $3 burger and a $2 bottle of water. Isn't life grand? Isn't it wonderful? I love it, right? It's all about suffering. That's what I keep remembering. Makes me so angry. All of it. Just when I think things will get better, they get worse. So much worse. Ooh, another stalker. God, we need to come up with a board, you know what I mean? Like a tally system for all the bitches that show up. You can't do that, Susan. It doesn't work like that. Wherever your car is registered, that's the state you live in, and that's the way that the state views it when you're homeless. So if you don't have a mailing address, you can't just up and move, babe. I can't just take off to another state and declare myself a fucking resident. Unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. There's a lot of legal loopholes. You got to find a different address and actually put in for a change of address, get a new driver's license, then change the registration and tags on your vehicle, then declare that you're a resident. It's a process. See, have you ever moved to another state before? It's a whole process. Yeah. I can't just... That was the problem with school last year. That was the problem with school. You have to live in a state for X amount of years before you can declare yourself a resident of that state. And you have to actually start with your driver's license and then go through the DMV, tags and registration, and change of address through the post office. It's a multi-step process to declare yourself a resident of a different fucking state. And then if you don't have a home address like me, it's going to make it impossible. Impossible. The DMV is not going to take my P.O. box as my fucking home address on my driver's license. See what I'm saying? So I might have some of that wrong, but I know that over half of what I just stated is, in fact, factual. Some things might be backwards. I might have said some names wrong, but y'all get what I'm fucking saying. I had this problem with school. I moved to Florida. I lived there for a year. I was going to go to North Florida State at Jacksonville. They were going to charge me triple the tuition, even though I had more than enough money in financial aid to cover. I respectfully declined. They said it was because my residency was denied because I hadn't lived in the state long enough. Whatever. I moved back to North Carolina. I go to apply for my FAFSA for this year because I did classes last semester. As I'm applying for my FAFSA, my application is denied because, or it was, they had me as an out-of-state student. I said, what? They denied my residency in Florida, so how am I an out-of-state student in North Carolina now? They had done fucked my paperwork up. They done fucked it up. Yeah. I had to, on appeal, I had to go through a whole committee to fix this situation when they fucked up my paperwork. This is very common if you've been on this channel for a while. Julie over at the clerk's office also fucked up some of my paperwork, intentionally more than likely. But, you know, this is very common. Just this past week, I got a call from a sheriff's department. They told me that I needed to come in for a 50B hearing. I said, I don't have a 50B. They said, oh no, but you applied for one last year in January of 23. I said, maybe I did, but it was denied. They said, well, that's not what our records show. The judge is probably going to extend it, but we need you to come here for court. First of all, they denied this 50B. Second of all, I did not have court. Third of all, once again, not another clerk's office, courthouse clerk fucking up paperwork. Absolutely. Absolutely they did. The court date was on the 12th. I'm in Florida. The court date is in North Carolina. It's done past, honey. And I didn't have court. Somebody just fucked something up. How come people like that can have jobs, but I can't find a job? Because I'm just here to tell you, if I worked in the clerk's office, I would never fuck anything up. That is literally, that would be a nightmare of mine. What do you mean I fucking fucked his court date up and it was a different day and he didn't show up for court and now he has an FTA? Like, seriously. Like, I'm such an, I hold myself to a high level of ethics that I could never consciously fuck somebody's paperwork up, number one. But also, if I did make a mistake, I would hold that shit on my conscience till I died. Like, seriously. Oops, did I fuck up something? Did I fuck up something? A 50B is a restraining order. A restraining order. I was physically attacked by somebody and I tried to get a restraining order. But because I have a criminal record from 20-something years ago, they told me that it was my word against his, even though I was physically injured, and that they would have to take me to jail if I decided to press charges against him for attacking me. So that's how the cookie crumbles when you're a criminal, or you might have been 20 years ago. It's just fucking crazy. It's just, shit like that. It's like, wait a second, God. Hold up, God. I thought you was on my side. You was up there. You saw him attack me. You saw me do the right thing. Why am I now about to go to jail for shit I didn't even do again? It's shit like that. Why is he putting me through shit like that? I don't know. I just know that if what is in the Bible is real, things would have gotten better before now. Clearly. Like, I mean, that's logical to assume, right? If what God says in the Bible is real, and I got away from all of that bad shit, then things would be better by now, right? And you know, another thing, I was learning about Socrates and Plato and Aristotle and all of these people this week, and that kind of throws a wrench in my mind of God, because it's like, wait a second, Christianity wasn't even born yet. Hold on, how do we have all of these wonderful things figured out about the world, but Christianity wasn't born yet. Like, he didn't, like, breathe life into Adam, and then, I don't understand. I don't... Christianity wasn't even born yet, you know? They believed in fucking mythology in Greece. I don't know. It's just like, how do we know that that's the one? There's 10,000. How do we know that that's the one, though? What if we picked the wrong one? If we just believe in something higher than ourselves, do we still go to heaven? No, that's not how that works. No, absolutely not. But, like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm so confused. I guess it's because I'm angry. And I haven't been eating, and I haven't been sleeping that great. I took 2 of those melatonin last night. I only slept for like 3.5 hours. I was back up this morning super fucking early. I just hate this time of year. I hate feeling stuck. I hate feeling stranded. I hate not be able to like take care of myself, because I've always taken care of myself financially. I've always worked. I've always taken care of myself. This is the first time in my life that I've ever tried to do something like this. Go straight, find a regular 9 to 5. You know, this is the first time that, and I have worked other jobs other than dancing. I work construction and stuff too. So, but this is the first time that I cut that part of my life away to solely focus on living what society expects of me. And society won't give me a fucking chance. And this is why women lose their selves, lose their souls, and fall into fucking sex work. Society, that's another thing that Teal touched on in that video. Society puts that on girls. Girls don't put that on themselves. Society puts that on girls, which is fucked up. I mean, we're seeing it with Lily Phillips right now. I don't even know about that, man. Like, I don't know if you have a soul after all of that. It doesn't look like she even thinks she has a soul after all that. Be patient. So is that before or after I die from dehydration or and starvation? Is that before or after? Because I just feel like we talk all day, every day. You know what I mean? I done learned so many fucking Bible verses. I'm like, how am I going to remember all of these? Like, you know, being raised in the church, I know how to have a relationship with God. That was one of the first things I was taught as a child, was how to have a relationship with God. I was raised in a Southern Baptist church. We went 2-3 times a week. My family was super religious. I'm grateful for that now, because that installed foundation in me, good moral and values in me. And through the exploitation of my youth, I was made out to be this horrible fucking person. It's only in my, you know, sobriety that I recognized that I was conditioned from an early child to just allow men to do whatever to me. What a sad thing to teach young girls. And you think that it was bad in the 80s. Look at society today. I'm just saying, I don't want my daughter growing up feeling like, you know, that her beauty is the only thing that's valuable, you know? And like, here I am in my 30s, still going through the same bullshit that I was going in my 20s, if not worse. Like, I figured I'd age out by now. Like, leave me alone. Stop hitting on me. Stop trying to talk to me. Stop trying to steal my energy. Stop trying to whatever, you know? No, it gets worse with age. It gets worse with age. They become more desperate. Men become crazy. They want to sit there first thing in the fucking morning when you ain't even took a piss or had a cup of coffee. They want to damn introduce themselves and try to ask you out on a motherfucking date. Hi, I'm Chris. How's your morning going? Hi, Chris. You're about to be living out this parking lot in a body bag. Like, what are you doing right now? It's fucking 7 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday. Get out of my face, Chris. Thank you. I lost my internet. Like, what, you know, I feel like a lot of people probably lose their faith because they're going through what I'm going through. You try and you try and you try and you change and you change and you change and you strive to do better every single day. You ask God to remove your bad characteristics, help you with patience, guide you in the right direction. You ask this every day. You wake up, you pray to Him, you ask these things. And things just get worse. Things just get worse. And I do believe that that's why a lot of people have lost their faith in God, because if what He said is true, then why doesn't it happen in real life? If you follow in His word, why don't things get better? They haven't for me. Maybe they have for other people. I don't know. But I see why people lose their faith in religion now. And maybe Jordan did switch back to God to damn make money at the Daily Wire, but I think Jordan's deeper than that. I think if he did do that, he did it because of what, what's his name? Noneste? Lord have mercy. The philosopher said. He said, if we do not have religion, you know, humanity, the world, society is reliant upon religion. Without religion, the world would fall into utter chaos. Nietzsche. He said this. I feel like there's more to Jordan than that, and if he did fall back on Christianity as propaganda, he did it for the greater good. I wholeheartedly believe that, because I know that Jordan is an empath, and I don't think he would do that. I mean, listen, I just think that he's mentioned this. Why mention it? People tell you what they're thinking, and they tell you what their motives are if you just listen, you know? For him to constantly mention that Nietzsche said this, and that it's almost certain that it's true, leads me to believe that Jordan would fall back on God for a higher purpose, or for a better overall purpose for humanity in general, to try to lead people in the direction of something good, instead of just letting, you know, look at the world now. We don't have religion front and center now, and look at the chaos. Look at the derangement on the left. That's what the whole world's going to look like if we don't have religion in some manner. You know, religion brings the foundation of morals and values. It adds purpose to people's life. It gives people meaning. Regardless of whether or not the Bible is real or not, there's no negating the fact that it's better for humanity to have this than not. For Jordan to bring that fact up leads me more, you know, to believe that he would fall back on Christianity to try to steer the world back in the right direction. I love Jordan. I think he's probably bought and paid for like most people, but here's the thing. Jordan dedicated the better years of his life to teaching young people about psychology. He's helped me grow so much. He has skills that you can't put a price on, okay? He knows things about people that they don't even know about themselves. We need more people like that in society. And Jordan's also the type of person, though, that he gives back. You know, he gives back in his words. He gives back in his mentorship. He gives back. So I'm not mad at him working for the Daily Wire if that's what he wants to do. And honestly, it brings a lot more people to awareness of who he is. It opens the doors for so many other, you know, to so many other outlets of people, different people throughout the world. He brings people together, and he gives people hope. And he's also trying to help with the struggling male population of men. And I like Jordan. Hey, Lisa. How are you doing? No. God dang this freaking phone. Will y'all stop flooding the chat? I just unhid you, Lisa. It was because I was trying to hide the one under you. Let me know if you can. It says unhidden by Brooke. Lord have mercy, my big old fat sausage fingers. Yeah, America did kick God out. May God speak to you through your cash out. He ain't doing that today, buddy. He ain't doing that today. I hope that you can can you still message Lisa? Because I just unblocked you. I accidentally hit the wrong damn one, you know? Good morning. Is it morning? It feels a lot later to me. It feels like 3 o'clock because I woke up so early. Yes, I can see it. I can see it now. So, like, last week I started struggling about how I was going to get, like, gas and stuff to get home and stuff. And then that's when I really started to realize that I didn't want to work out. And then that was, like, my birthday. The day that we went to go get a shirt, I remember feeling guilty about spending $5 on that shirt because that $5 I could have used to take a shower at the park, you know? And I mean, it's just crazy to me. I look at that, and that is the first thing I bought myself all year. That's the first piece of clothing that I bought in a year. A t-shirt from fucking Goodwill. That's the only piece of clothing that I've bought in over 18 months, actually. A $5 t-shirt made me feel guilty. That's how poor I am. Because of the economy. Because every penny I make goes back in the fucking gas tank. Just to survive, just to get out of everybody's way, just to go to the bathroom, just to go to the park to shower, just to go to the park to fill up my water, you know? Like, then, the beginning of the week, I started to really stress about it. And then I started stressing about food because that's been really hard this month now that I don't get food stamps. It's been extremely hard to get food. You know, I had 3 cans of protein when I came here. Those proteins are gone. Just in a month, I went through 3 cans of protein because I use protein a lot to fill myself up now. It's cheaper than food. I was doing really good on eating and stuff, and then financially I just, you know, probably the week before my birthday is when the financial bullshit started. Yeah. And I just don't know what to do anymore. I'm sick of going through this every month. I'm sick of going through this every week, every day. Something that I was thinking about this morning, I'm sick of having to wake up at fucking 3, 4, 5 in the morning just to go find a fucking bathroom. And then I'm up for the rest of the day. And that's not that, you know, I am an early riser. I do like getting up early, but it would be nice to sleep in once in a fucking while. I haven't been able to do that in over a year, you know? Like, I haven't even sat on a toilet in a fucking year. Haven't had a bath in a fucking year. There's things, you know, I ain't sat on a sofa. I ain't cooked in a kitchen. I ain't fucking... It's just, it's hard. It's really fucking hard. And people tell me to stay positive. I've stayed positive. What are you talking about? I've stayed positive. When does the good shit start to happen? Because it's been 4 years of absolute hell and I cannot continue on like this. Like, I am fucking drowning. I've been drowning. And I walk around smiling like I'm not fucking drowning. Maybe that's my problem. Maybe that's my problem. Maybe I should never smile again, you know? Maybe then, if I start treating people like they treat me because they hate themselves, maybe if I start behaving like society behaves towards me, maybe I'll get rewarded for my bad behavior too, right? I don't fucking get it. And this week I had so much fucking tuna. Tell me why I felt like I was getting fucking mercury poisoning. Between the oysters and the tuna, which is the only 2 things I have, I was literally getting headaches from it. I had the same thing happen when I had too much red meat. Yeah, she did the other day. Thank God. I don't even want to know how much that shit would be. Jesus Christ. The last time I stayed in an Airbnb was in Washington, D.C., and it was like a $250 cleaning thing. I didn't pay that, but that's what it was. That's outrageous. It was like, I don't remember. It was like all of this extra taxes and fees and bullshit on there. It's just crazy. Yeah, we'll be there next month, Beth. We'll be there next month. Yeah. Because my YouTube check is only $200. So, we'll be there next month. Like I said, things go from bad to worse to worse to worse. Yeah, my check is only $200. So, we'll be there. We'll see. We'll see what happens when it's literally freezing and snow on the ground and I'm walking down the street again. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes. Looking forward to it. It's already happened once. What's the second time? When it's freezing and I could actually die this time. Well, oh, and I almost died last time because people tried to run me over. That was crazy. That was crazy. I'm sorry, Stafford. Yeah, well, you know, the best way to make change is through getting angry. 100%. So when y'all are ready to get angry and start boycotting motherfucking places, I'm right behind. I'll be front and center. You ain't even got to show your face. Just sign the petition. I've been ready. Fast food places, Walmart. There is no reason that a half dozen eggs should ever be anywhere near $3 damn. Freaking avocado, 88 cents. 6 eggs that'll keep you full for half the day. We want an arm and a leg, but you can have an avocado for 88 cents. That's part of a meal. That's part of a meal. It's not even a whole meal. So sick of these companies. About the only company I have respect for is my insurance company. They've been so good to me. So good to me. Great company. Never had a problem. Never had to file a claim. Never had an issue with that insurance company. But guess what? Guess why? They're a family-owned and operated business. Yeah, they're not a corporation. Not a corporation. Don't worry. I already blocked him. We don't do retracted messages on this channel. That's a bitch move. If you can't say it to my face, then you don't need to be running your mouth. Where is White Settlement, Texas? Sounds dangerous. White Settlement. Is that a sundown town? Sounds like it. Texas. Bitch, I'm from Texas, where we still riding swingers and put diamonds in our necklace. And it's 2 hours and 45 minutes from... Where's the little zoom out? From Houston. Oh, it's outside of Fort Worth. Is that a dangerous area? Arlington, Weatherford, Roanoke, Texas. Okay, so it's 2 hours and 45 minutes from Dallas. Anyways, I just needed to know where this white settlement was. I wonder if they got white privilege there. I've been looking for it my whole life. I can't find it. So maybe if it's in White Settlement, Texas, that's where I need to go. Sorry. White Settlement police arrest a convicted felon for kidnapping a suspect after a chase that ended in a crash in Fort Worth. First of all, this guy looks freaking deranged. I saw a picture, but then it went away. Hold on, is this a video? Oh my God, did y'all see that 12-year-old girl that got hit by a damn car and got up off the ground like nothing happened? Lord have mercy. They don't raise them like that anymore. That's all I got to say. She's a rare one. They hit her and I will. I was just talking about Till Swan this morning. I love her. I love her. I love her. She put out a Pretty People Problem video, and this morning it like, I was, the problem is I don't know big words. Brooke don't have big girl words. So it's very hard and I didn't grow up in a home where people talked a lot, and I didn't go to school with people that talked a lot. Unfortunately, even the educators that I grew up around, they didn't talk to me like you talk to kids, like you should guide and, rear kids. So my communication skills when it comes to describing things and putting things from in here out here are very difficult. But Teal has Teal Swan has a unique way of vocalizing these things. And she had a video that I was talking about this morning that I put Teal Seal. Oh, Lord. She put out a video talking about how hard it is for attractive people in society. The misconception is that these people have it fair and just, and that most people assume that they've had it easier in life because of this, but it's quite the opposite. And she breaks this down in a video, and it's just finally, so it feels so good to hear what I've been going through, especially since moving into my car, but just in life, my whole life. I like her. I like how she explains things. She comes from a psychological approach. I'm not sure what her background is, but very smart woman out here doing the Lord's work, teaching people how to heal, teaching people how to find themselves, teaching people how to deal with these types of situations, like just relationships to how you treat yourself. I mean, she is right up there with Jordan Peterson when it comes to teaching people just shit we ought to know. Shit our parents didn't teach us. Shit society forgot to tell us. I'm sorry, I didn't get the memo. There's certain things that we need to know in life, and certain things that we go through that we can learn from as a whole. Not all of us have to go through the same horrible fucking life, to grow from one person's life. Like, that's the great thing of these type of platforms, is that talking about them can absolutely help other people and bring more awareness to it. And also, you can analyze it from different perspectives. I like her. Oh, God. Yeah, let me put my Cash App up. Since my stalker wants to damn talk about it. Yeah, there we go. I need to put it somewhere. Where can I put it? Glue it to the back. I don't think it'll sit there. So it looks like this idiot, I'll show you a picture of him, I'll find him in a minute. It looks like he pulled up to a Walmart on Friday in the Westworth Village store. There was a woman on the phone, and she's talking to dispatch, and she's like, "Hey, yo, bitch, I've been kidnapped." And the dispatcher says, "No way, girl. Are you for real?" I'm joking. I'm just assuming what it would be like if I worked for dispatch. Oh, God. Y'all know I'd be like, "Where you at? I'm on the way." It'd be the complete opposite. So she claimed that the suspect was in a white van with Wisconsin plates in the parking lot. She claims she was in a van. She'd been kidnapped. She's in this van. She says the suspect that kidnapped her is in a white van with Wisconsin plates. The police officer spotted the van at a red light on the highway. Whew, now that's God. Okay, that's God, because what if that he would have got a green light? He would have been out of there and you never would have seen him. So his name is Reginald Jameson. He was 52. They tried to pull the van over. Reggie refuses to pull over. He says, "This is my hostage." My woman. Like a caveman. My woman. He refuses to pull over. Police ensues, like a chase ensues. They got lights and sirens going. The suspect sped off, sparking a huge chase. He actually ran through 2 red lights and crashed into a van and a pickup truck at the intersection of Camp Bowie Boulevard and Altamere Drive. Is this a video? I think this is a video. Let's watch this. Hold on. See, that's why I don't put it up, because it gets in my way. Is this idiot doing this for real? Kidnapping suspect chased by the popo. Oh. Yeah, and people will. That's another thing that she talks about, Teal, in that video, the 20-minute video. She talks about how pretty people, or people in general, just get taken advantage of, especially when they've already been through some form of abuse in their life. It's more probable to happen again, which is the crazy part. Come on, man. I'm being a mouth breather today. It's because I've been smoking this vape. Y'all see what I go through? The amount of content that I could push out if I had Starlink is ridiculous. This is crazy. It's bullshit. Well, sorry, folks. So it looks like he was in a crash. Oh, Lord. This is from the sheriff. He doesn't seem happy. He says, quote, the chase did not end there when the crashed van crashed. The chase did not end there. Quote, that didn't stop him, of course, because he doesn't care what he's doing. He's trying to get away. He gets out of the van after the crash, starts running on foot. He ran through some restaurants, ended up crossing back into Camp Bowie Boulevard, then tried to get into another business, scaling a fence. This was after he kidnapped this poor woman from Walmart, stuffed her in the back of a damn candy van. They had to tase him. So they tase him as he is scaling this fence. They take him into custody. What weapons did he have? Oh my God, he looks deranged. Does he look like he's on something? I don't know. Let's see here. They said the sheriff said that he was glad that the right officers were there at the right time. So the woman that was kidnapped appeared to be okay. Here we go. Looking at somebody and judging them. Like, it was a mom and her children that were hit by the van at a red light, but they were not seriously injured. Jameson has a lengthy criminal record and was wanted for family violence case in Wisconsin. He was booked into the Tarrant County Jail, and he now faces several charges, including kidnapping, evading arrest, assault, family violence. Jesus Christ, bruh. Well, I'm sure he just wanted to take her out on a lovely date. I'm sure he was just driving her to the movies. They were just going to catch the mid-afternoon, what do they call that? What is that when you go midday? What was that called? The matinee. The matinee. He was just taking her for the matinee. Come on, man. Nobody wants to go to the matinee in the damn white kidnap van? Come on. I'm sure he was going to damn take her out to dinner first. Jesus. What a weirdo. The birds are going crazy. That coffee made my head hurt, but tell me why I want more. Oh, I saw this crazy ass story this morning about two people from America that were killed in Mexico. They had a home here. They had a home in Mexico. They're. Here's the thing. So it was a woman and a man. They look to be of Hispanic descent, but you don't know. But the fact that they had family in Mexico kind of also leads me to believe that that part, I forgot about that part. Couple from Mexico. They were murdered in Mexico. They do believe by the cartel. The crazy part is, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. It says, U.S. couple killed while visiting violence-riddled part of western Mexico. Hold on. So it says, a couple from the United States was shot and killed while visiting the western Mexican state of Michoacan, which has been overran by a wave of violent crime. Here's the thing, though. The man that was killed, it was a husband and wife. The man that was killed, his brother is an elected official in Mexico. He's the mayor of that small little town that we just read. So was this random acts of violence or was this a corruption threat? You know what I mean? Because Mexico is very corrupt. Their officials can be paid off. This is not secret. These things happen. People are murdered every day, honey. I'm just wondering if this has anything to do with politics. I don't trust the media's word. Y'all know that, right? This couple, they went to Mexico for Christmas. They do this every year. And they were gunned down. So Gloria was 50. Raphael was 53. They were a beautiful couple, y'all. They looked really happy. They had children. They were traveling in a pickup truck with the municipality of, Lord have mercy. They were traveling in a pickup truck. What is the municipality? Oh, my Lord have mercy. We got to do some Googling, y'all. Sorry. I got to figure out what that is. Is that some kind of like government agency? Because it sounds like it. So, wait a second. They were, hold on, let me find out this was the governor's private security that they were traveling with. Hold on. Municipality? Lord, hip hop anonymous? Lord, that's a hard one. On Big Words with Brooke today. I don't even know if I can spell that shit. It's gonna take me down. I gotta flip back and forth between pages. CIP. There we go. Municipality. Does anybody know how to say that? It ain't coming up. Why does it do this to me? So it looks like they were shot and killed on Wednesday. The woman died at the scene and the man died from his injuries shortly at the hospital. It was not immediately clear why the couple were targeted. A spokeswoman for the state prosecutors told recruiters that the woman who had obtained U.S. citizenship and the man who was born in the U.S. to Mexican parents had family in a home in Ancramacric. Lord have mercy on me. I don't know how to speak. So like I said, hold on one second. We're going to take a work, bitch. You gotta work, bitch. Yes, it's a city or town that has corporate status and local government. Hold up, wait a minute. Are you sure this was a random act of violence? Because the story ain't making sense. What'd they say? So this city was Angamacu T-I-R-O. When this couple was killed, they were with the municipality of that city. So they were with city elected officials. Raphael's brother was a Mexican mayor. Like, he was in Mexico. Like, literally, not... I mean, you know what I mean. Pick and choose your words carefully. Oh, y'all know what I mean. Should be
Municipality.
Municipality. Una más, por favor.
Municipality. Municipality.
Municipality.
Municipality. Municipal.
No.
Municipality.
Y'all, it's getting worse. Oh, God. It's getting worse. Okay, well, that was... I tried. I tried. So, the husband had family in a home in Anjamachukuruku? Listen. So this article goes in to talk about the violence in this part of Mexico, much linked to the drug trafficking, has seen more than almost 500,000 people murdered since 2006. It's also a lot of organized crime. Gangs and drug cartels have long infiltrated, intimidated, or bribed local officials into working for them, often going as far as to take a cut from the municipal budget or use local police forces to warn them or protect them from federal raids. Sometimes police officers themselves profit from the drug trade. Hold up, wait a minute. Is this an answer? Speaking out about the cartel corruption can have deadly consequences. Earlier this year, a business leader in Tamaulipas was shot to death after he complained in a TV interview about cartel extortion. Lord, if he's on national TV telling the whole world he's being extorted by the cartels, he's screaming for help. Just weeks before that, a prominent businesswoman who made similar complaints was murdered in the north bordern state of Baja California. Are you sure this was a random act of violence? Why are y'all telling us all this? See, they tell on themselves sometimes. I don't think it's a coincidence that this man's brother was a mayor in Mexico and him and his wife end up dead. Sometimes the mayor can't be killed off. It would cause too much chaos at once. But their family members can be killed off as, what would you call that? A lamb being led to slaughter. I mean, you know, I don't know. Just with the level of corruption that we see down there, one would assume that there might be something more behind it. But the media says not to assume that. The media says this was some random act of violence. There's birds all over the car. Can y'all hear that? Yeah, I couldn't say it right. It's like, in Mexico. So sad. People. All these people going to Mexico getting killed, and hell no. Hell no. Poor kid in the damn Philippines. That couple was from California. They had a home in California, and then they had a home in Mexico. I wonder if his brother found out he voted for Trump and he was pissed. You know, the Trump Harris feud, I'm surprised ain't more people died over that. You know, that Trump derangement syndrome is strong, man. People have definitely committed acts of violence because of this. I wonder if his brother found out he was a Trump supporter and had him offed. I'm sorry. I'm trying to see the silver lining. I don't know if it was the cartel. I just think that there's more reason to believe that maybe there was something political behind it because of his brother's status and their own bouncing between America and there. I don't know. But the fact that they were riding with government officials before they were killed, huge red flag. Hello. Those were the last people to see them alive. Those are suspects until they're questioned and cleared. But what do I know? What do I know? These are elected government officials. They're trustworthy. They run on ethics and morals and virtue. Come on, man. The Mexican cartel, the Mexican government isn't corrupt. There's no corruption there. Government officials in Mexico are not being paid off by the cartel. Get a grip. Get a grip. Get a real grip. They disrespected the cartel, maybe. Maybe. That's more, I would believe that more. I would believe that more. I could also believe that maybe, I don't know, anything's probable given their business deals and them bouncing back and forth between California and Mexico. There's no telling what history they have, what they were into when they were younger, the people that they know. I mean, there's no telling. There's no telling. I just know that these stories of Americans getting killed in other countries get put into the spotlight. And I don't know if the cartel really wants that. You know, that's not what's best for them. They like to operate under the radar most of the time. Most of the time when we see them doing random acts of violence, it's to send a message. But I just don't see how they would do that by killing this couple. I mean, it doesn't really make sense to me. But I'm not a criminal profiler, okay? I just used to be a criminal. And not even, y'all hear these birds? I'm under attack. I'm in an episode of Crows. Oh my God, they're so cute. Listen, I'd feed you, but I can't even feed myself, bitch. I'd feed you, but you know. They're like, look. Y'all hear them on the roof. Watch. Oh, he didn't jump. They're everywhere. They're everywhere and nowhere all at the same time. Yeah, I know, I might go missing too, right? Pfft. They'd be like, oh, that's dumb American. Oh, God. Why do y'all run? They'd be like, this dumb American. We have a trip for you. Come to Mexico. We're going to give you a week's free stay at the Hilton. I get down there and they murder me. I would not be stupid enough to go to Mexico by myself, first of all. I don't even know if I'd feel like going with a partner again. I've been and I had a great time, but I went to a tourist destination and things were different back then, though. That was 4 years ago, 5 years ago. So, it was a different world. Things were different. Shit's just gotten so chaotic recently. Americans going missing, getting kidnapped, held for ransom. YouTubers damn being killed off in the Philippines. These birds. I wonder what damn species of crows those are. They're not all the way black, you know? They're like, they got this blue tint to their, um, they got this blue tint to the, it's like a fluorescent color to their wings and back and shoulders and all of that. And then the ones that are with them are brown. I ain't never seen no like, but they got blue feathers on their butts. I like birds. I should have I would have been Charles Darwin's best wife. We could have went, oh my God, there went like dozens of them. We could have been bird watching together out on the islands. That shit's crazy. That's another problem I've been having. Like, how the hell is that real, but the Bible's real? Like, the Bible does not directly contradict the theory of evolution. Well, I would hope not. Then we have bigger problems. I mean, I know that evolution is real. It's proven science. Science, I love that shit. But I don't really understand, especially learning about the timeline of Rome and Greece and how far back things go. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, maybe it makes sense. All right, see, that's what I was saying. If God created us in his damn image, how if we evolved? Because that would mean that God looked like a Neanderthal. That would mean that God looked like a caveman. You get it? But this says the Bible emphasizes that the Bible emphasizes that humans are created in God's image, which many theologians believe is not contradicted by evolution, as it refers to our spiritual and moral capacity rather than our physical form. Now that makes sense. Where are you getting this from? Is this AI generated? Listen, I'm just saying that I don't trust computers to tell me about God, okay? That's how history is lost and things are misconstrued, and the Bible turns into a game of damn telephone. I wish I could read like Hebrew. What's another one? Oh, I'd love to be able to like read Islamic writing. I think it's beautiful. And I don't even know if that's the name of it, but you know, I try. I would love to be able to read and write in other languages. I mean, I need to get English down first, clearly. Maybe, Arabic, is that what it's called? Yes, beautiful, like, looking language, like the scribe stuff, y'all. I love stuff like that. When I was a kid, I was obsessed with hieroglyphics, ancient Egypt. I was completely obsessed because I knew it was real. I would have been obsessed with mythology too if I knew that was real. I thought that was a children's story. I didn't know that people actually believed in multiple gods and Zeus and all of these semi-mythical creatures. You know, I guess in their mind, it's not mythical, it's faith. I just found this out. What is... Man. If they weren't teaching me anything back then, imagine how bad it is today in the education system. Oh, okay. So, you know, another thing that I'm learning is that the Bible is kind of left up to interpretation. My autism side doesn't really like that. I like clear-cut answers. It's either black or white. I mean, it doesn't matter which one you are. I'm just saying, you know, clear-cut. I don't like no gray area. This says, thus evolution has been called, quote, God's method of creation, and the Genesis record of the 6 days of creation has been reinterpreted in several terms of the evolutionary ages of historical geology. So, correct me if I'm wrong, it's saying that the 6 days of creation can be interpreted as terms of ages of geology, evolutionary geology that we made it through, right? They're saying that God says 6 days, but what he really meant was 600,000 years. I don't know how you can misinterpret 6 days for evolution, but whatever you want to go with, it's your lie, honey. I'm letting you tell it. I don't know how I feel about that, boss. I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, it does make sense if that's what they meant, but their idea, my idea of interpretation is a little different. That's all I'm saying. I mean, I guess you could view it that way. I guess that there could be some actual misinterpretation there on the part of how, this was written in Hebrew, if I'm not mistaken, right? Oh, Lord, Brooke, how you going to teach the Bible and you don't even know the Bible? I ain't trying to teach the Bible, but, I mean, since we're having a serious discussion, I'm actually enthralled in this right now. Bible in Hebrew? Yeah. Yeah, it was written in Hebrew. No. Was it written in Hebrew, y'all? Yes. E. Bible. Yes, that's the book for me. I stand in the word of God, the Bible. You remember that? Yeah, it was Hebrew. Okay. I'm not that dumb. Just a little dumb. Alright. So it says, these geological ages themselves have been accommodated in Genesis either by placing them in an assumed gap between Genesis 1.1 and 1.2 or by changing the days of creation into the ages of evolution. I mean, I just feel like it's one of them things where science is kind of meeting up with the Bible and they're just kind of yeah, this works. We'll just say this. I mean, I'm not against it. I see what they're doing here, but I'm just a little smarter than that. That's all I'm saying. Like, I'm very dumb, but I'm smarter than that. I don't know if I believe that, but, to each their own. Theories to this kind of information raises more problems than it solves. That's what I'm saying. So it says it is more productive to take the Bible literally, absolutely, than figuratively and interpret actual facts of science within its revelatory framework. So it's saying that we should take that Jesus at his word, God at his word, the prophets at their word. We should trust what the Bible actually says. You want to take it literally. If it says don't steal, don't steal. If it says don't sleep with your best friend's friend, don't sleep with your best friend's friend. It don't say that if your best friend and her husband are unhappy in their marriage, then you can swoop in and be Captain Stillaho. No, it says don't commit adultery, don't sleep with your husband, your friend's best friend. You know what I mean? It doesn't mean that you can interpret it to mimic how you want to live your life, is what they're saying, and I agree. And this is part of the struggle that I've had over the past year because, I think that Socrates helped me realize, Socrates and Buddha helped me realize that that's what I'm supposed to be doing, sinning. The world is suffering and we're sinners. That, our purpose here is to make better choices, but in order to make better choices, we have to make bad choices first, Like, you don't just come out the womb with a blueprint on how to live your life, and it's hard. I've struggled. Spiritually, definitely, in all ways. That itch. I was wondering. Sometimes I'll have a bottle of water in the door. I didn't look. Oh, hell no. Anyways, that water is like, ugh. I don't know about that. A question about how evolution and the Bible can coexist. Yeah, girl, me too. So this girl says, so I'm a college student taking an upper level biology course, and I'm also a Christian. We just did a unit on evolution, and I just wanted to hear an explanation on how evolution and the Bible could work together, because I feel like they're both correct. When I was in high school, my youth group teacher explained how dinosaurs obviously existed and how that worked itself into the Bible. I was just wondering if anybody could offer a better explanation of how they fit together. The Bible is not a book on how Earth come to what it is. It never was, nor was it its purpose. It's an invitation to follow Christ. Evolution is an attempt to explain why animals are what they are. The two don't exactly match, but no, they don't mesh for sure, but they're both solid in evidence and more probable than not. I came here for answers, and all I got is arguments. Lord. Some of y'all just wake up ready to argue. Look at these long ass replies. Jesus Christ, I ain't got enough time in a day. God, that bit my stomach. I hate that shit. I heard a scientist, an archaeologist, say the other day that they only have approximately 15% of written scripture that was ever actually created. And out of that, we have the Bible. 15%. That's all they ever found. There was probably old Skrillex, whatever their relics. Y'all know what I'm... Scrolls? Scrolls. There was probably old scrolls and pots all over damn Bethlehem and wherever else they was at. Oh, God. But I was watching something. Oh, I was watching this movie about Jesus. And it was through the History Channel, y'all, and I got duped. I thought that it said Bible stories. It didn't say disproving your religion today before you have a cup of coffee. That's what it should have said. Are you wondering if Jesus Christ is real? Let me show you a 40-minute documentary that will change your belief for good. Do you want to become an atheist? Watch this about Jesus Christ, your Lord and Savior, who you think is real. It was a damn History Channel, and they were talking badly about God. They were trying to disprove that he was ever real, and they had all of these losers on there who call themselves specialists. And they were saying, oh, well, the man actually existed, but there's no proof he was risen from the dead. And then they bring this other guy in, and he's like, oh, well, actually, that would have never happened, because if it happened when they say it happened, he would have already been put to burial. He would have already been taken out of the tomb to be buried. And, you know, it's just like, how do y'all fucking know? Were y'all around in damn 6 BC? I don't know when Jesus lived, but was y'all around? Were you there? Were you, what are you, state's witness now? Like, what is going on? How did these damn specialists know all this shit? Now listen, there is stuff that is based in scientific evidence, especially when it comes down to the healing herbs that were used in the Bible. The herbs that were used in the Bible were used for healing. They weren't used for burial. So it's little bits of information like that that historically we can say, wait a minute, well, if he was dead, why are they using healing ointment? You know what I mean? So, I don't know. I just think that was fucked up. They baited me, and then they switched me, and I think they got to me, folks. I think they got to me. One fucking 45-minute damn documentary. Here, I can tell you what it was. I still got it saved in case I wanted to watch it again. Oh, God. Talk about being brainwashed. It happens to all of us, okay? This is why I talk about these things. At least I'm aware, though. At least I know when propaganda has been sprung upon me and my brain is being washed. Oh, I guess I already deleted it. Damn. It was crazy. I did delete it. I needed to put other stuff on here. It's probably good, because none of it was based in fact. It was all just assumptions. I want pizza. Right, you can say all of that, but you're still not giving me answers, bro. See, this is what Jordan should be doing stuff on. If he wanted to really draw in the upcoming generation, talk about, make it make sense. You know, I remember being a kid and going and asking questions to Sunday school teachers, and they would tell me straight up, we don't ask those questions about dinosaurs. How do dinosaurs play into the Bible? And I remember being told, we just don't ask those questions. This is not the place for that. We believe in God. Yes, I'm telling you that as a kid in the 80s and early 90s, evolution was not a thing. You believed in the Bible or you believed in evolution. Do you see what I'm saying? So I remember asking these questions about dinosaurs, and they weren't even really acknowledged in the church until maybe the early 2000s. Which is crazy. To have a whole congregation of people that dumb. Denying evidence. Denying these huge bones that we pull out of the fucking ground. Hold up. Wait a minute. Genesis 1 says, it says, but through different words, there is no such thing as evolution. Does it say that? Is it evolution in the sentence? Hold on, let me read Genesis 1, 2, 3 through 3, 1. So God, 1, 21 through 31. What is wrong with me? So God created great sea creatures and every living thing that moves, with which the waters abounded according to their kind, and every winged bird according to its kind. And God saw that it was good. And God blessed them, saying, be fruitful, multiply, and fill the waters in the seas, and let birds multiply on earth. So in the evening of the morning, where the 5th day, then God said, let the earth bring forth the living creature according to its kind, cattle and creeping. But where does he say? So he goes on to finish this, okay? At no point does it say anything about evolution. He says, we are the ones who dragged evolution where it doesn't belong. We see small changes within variation that genetics allow through variations that already existed in our living things, and we think suddenly we know better than God. Sir, you are denying science. You have been bamboozled. There is no arguing with the fact that we have evolved. We have skeletal remains that are nothing of our shape, form. They didn't even fucking stand up right. There's no, listen, let's talk about the bones. Because one of the oldest skeletal remains, this was a human, essentially. It was a non-homoid, essentially ape. This is the person that we evolved from. Her name was Lucy. She was an Australopithecus. This is all that we ever found of her. I absolutely love Lucy. Lucy and me have been friends for at least 25 years. She was one of the first pieces of evidence that I ever learned about when it came to the study of bones. And I thought there was a picture. There's not a picture. They've done computer-generated pictures of her face before. That's what's left of her. A scientist found her. I can't remember his name. What is it? Hold on. I don't remember. What year was she found? 70s. She was found in the 70s. And she is dated 404 million years old. 404 million years old. Okay, excuse me. This kind of contradicts the timeline that I have in my head of when Jesus was born and when the Bible was written and when Rome and Greece were functioning. It's kind of mind-blowing. Does it not confuse anybody else? Does it not confuse anybody else? The timeline of these things, the evidence, Lucy was a miracle. Finding Lucy's bones was a miracle. It was a scientific breakthrough for archaeology. Yeah. There's only 40% of her that they actually found. She was discovered in Ethiopia, Hadar, and it was in 1974. She was found by Donald Johnson. I have a book on his about this. He was a paleoanthropologist. Jesus Christ, y'all. You know, and I wanted to go to school for that at one time. And I can't even say it. Maybe that's why I didn't get into it. I can't pronounce it. It's a paleontologist. Sorry, I had to. It's a paleoanthropologist. Paleontologist, paleoanthropologist. Anyways, it's two different. It's paleontologist and another word that's combined. It's like an archaeologist and a paleontologist combined. There we go. I wanted to go to school for paleontology when I left school for horticulture. That's what I wanted to go to school for, was the study of human bones and evolution. I was completely, when they found, when I found out about Lucy, it just opened up so many theories in my head, so many possibilities to life. And they actually called her Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds by the Beatles after the 1967 hit. Apparently they played this song nonstop on repeat when they were digging for her. The team of paleontologists were blaring the Beatles when they found her, so they named her Lucy. .4 million years old. And my mind can't even comprehend the 1600s. You know what I mean? That just seems so far away. They were so fucking advanced, though. That's something else I've been realizing. They were not as dumb back then as we are now. That is one thing that I've learned this fucking week. They were so smart back then, man. They were They were just built different, and you have to think that it came from their economic circumstances, the way that they were raised. You know, women were raised to be feminine and home keepers and domestic keepers of the home and children. Men were raised to be the brawn and the balls of the family, and to go out and work and take care of the women and the kids and protect women and children. It was just a different fucking world. And I'm not saying they didn't have bad people, but what I am saying is they were a lot more advanced than we give them credit for. Specifically in Greece and Rome. I mean, the shit that I've been reading, the philosophy is just brilliant. There's so many layers to it. I mean, you find one meaning, and then you go and Google another word, and you find a whole different meaning in what they were saying. And listen, I know that there's some good American literature and probably philosophy too, but there was something going on back in ancient Greece and Rome, baby, that we just don't have today, and it died. It died. They was smart. I mean, most of what we have now when it comes to astrology, you know, a lot of medicine, stuff like that. I mean, you know, I just feel like we were smarter back then, y'all. I feel like we stopped developing. We stopped developing and we started de-evolving. And technology, Ted, in my opinion, is going to be right. It's going to be the downfall of man. Look at how people are already they don't have interpersonal relationships. Nobody cares to take the initiative to go into medicine, to develop new medicines, or, you know, nobody cares to look at the fucking stars anymore, to think about the planets in our solar system. Like, people have their heads in their fucking phones with their thumbs up their asses, high as a Georgia pine, like, just stumbling around through fucking life. Wow, recent research has revealed that she's no longer considered the earliest known member of the human family. There was another one. It looks like Lucy's family, her species, adapted to various habitats over the millennia enduring challenges in climate. Importantly, she was not alone in her environment. We have multiple hominoid species in the same time period. So they must have one that, and this is from the Origins at the Arizona State University. I wonder if they found, hold on one second. Do I need to put human? Human. It's going to pull up a fucking T-Rex, Brooke. So, since the development of evolutionary theory, who was by Charles Darwin, in the early 19th century, biologists recognized that humans must be distinctly related to all other species. Without transitional fossils, scientists presumed that humans' closest relatives were the great apes, and they're not wrong. They also assumed that the first traits to evolve after expectation related to intelligence, big brains, tool use, and complex language. Is that the oldest one, the Tongji child? I can't never say it. What did they date the skull? So they found a child's skull back in 1924. And it was in South Africa. Raymond Dart found the skull, and he called it the most important anthropological, y'all know what I mean, fossil of the 20th century. The child was originally thought to be about 6 years old at the time of death because the presence of certain teeth. In 2006, they announced that the child was probably killed by an eagle or other large predatory bird, citing damage to the skull and eye sockets. That could have happened after he died. They probably ate his body, you dumb fucks. Put me in, coach. Put me in, coach. Put me in. Like, how... Oh, God, the first child in history that was attacked by crows. Like, what? There were talon marks in the eyes as well as depression along the skull that's common when in creatures that have been preyed upon by eagles. You mean eaten after they died? I don't know about that, y'all. I don't know about that, y'all. I don't know. They're trying to come up with a cause of death. I want to know how old he was carbon dated. Oh, they probably can't. They probably can't. He's so old. They can't do that, but on certain... They can only carbon date back so many years. After, if the bones are extremely old, we can't get a... You have to use other methods to date the bones. So this is a very small skull. The debate was if this was human, an ape. I mean, it is very similar to our skull. The issue is it's so small they could not classify it as... They're still talking about what they want to call it. They're trying to make a transitional leap between apes and... Like, they're trying to figure out how we leaped from walking over, using our hands to walk. We used to walk like gorillas. They're trying to figure out how we can do that. How we went from walking, bent over, not using tools, being cavemen, to all of a sudden, a few hundred years later, we're walking upright, making shit, tools. They're trying to figure out how that happened. And they were trying to use this boy as part of science. Goats, I mean, sometimes when I get scared, I want to pass out too, so maybe I am a fainting goat. Maybe that's my problem. I didn't evolve from, I didn't evolve from apes. I evolved from goats. No, if I evolved from anything, it's a damn goldfish, because they got the memory of a goldfish, and I got the memory of a goldfish. So if I got an ancestor, it was probably a goldfish, because I love the sea. I want to be by the ocean. I'm obsessed with boats and planes and trains. I just feel like I'm a goldfish. What did you evolve from? Oh, I hope you feel better. I know it's a lot. It's a lot. Sorry. I'm trying to figure out the identification process. Oh, wow. Look at this fancy technology. Now, this I'm in support of. This is a facial forensic reconstruction. This was the skull they found. That was the 6-year-old child that they found back in 1924. And as you can see, he's at a halfway point. Yeah, that's a half a ape, a half a human if I ever saw one. Look at his facial structure. So first of all, apes had a bigger back of the head. Humans, our heads are more rounded. Also, this face is completely different that ours would go on to be. There, hold on one second, and I can read you like the facts. Well, unfortunately, I agree with you in a sense. However, there's no arguing with science, babe. I think that there's a lot the Bible left out. What we do know is that Jesus was in fact a man. He was in fact a prophet from history. We know that he lived. We know he was born in Bethlehem. We know that he had a mother and father. And we also know he had siblings. Did you know that? Yeah, go do your history. He had multiple siblings. I'm not going to get into that because I'll start going off the deep end. That's something that I learned recently. that throws a wrench in the Bible. But whatever, you know, I'm believing. There's a lot of proof to the Word of God and the Bible, but we only have 15% of what was written at that time. They only found like 15% of the believed scrolls and writings of these 12 disciples. Disciples? Y'all know what I mean. And, you know, actually, maybe if we had the other parts of the Bible, science could be explained a little more. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying, think outside the box. What if we would have had the other assumed 85% of scrolls and literature that was left behind for us to find in the Word of God, you know, to teach the Word of God, to follow His Word. That's what the disciples wanted. That's why they wrote the Bible. That's why they preached the Lord's Word. They wanted us to all be saved. They wanted us to know the Word of Christ. I have no doubt about that. I think that two things can be true at once. It's just, how do these things mesh together? Because there's no denying the science. The fact that they just found out the other day that we walked alongside Neanderthals is wild. Hold on one second. I'm sidetracking. Neanderthals lived alongside early modern humans, also known as Homo sapiens, for several thousands of years. Genetic analysis of bone fragments from central Germany shows that modern humans arrived in northern Europe around 45,000 years ago, overlapping with Neanderthals for several thousands of years. Now, if you don't know what a Neanderthal is, a Neanderthal, it was the caveman, which we are genetically, we got their DNA, boo. Just like we got the apes' DNA. Listen. Is this the miracle part? Is this the miracle of God? I'm just supposed to ignore this evidence and just believe despite the fact that these things could mesh together? I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I can't even spell it. How was I going to go to school to become a paleontologist and I can't even spell Neanderthal? That's a long-ass word, though. So Neanderthals were primates. This is what they look like. Beautiful people. Beautiful, beautiful. Oh, I love you too, Deborah. I hope your headache feels better. As I looks more like Jesus than the Jesus that they told us existed. The Jesus that they put in the church. He actually looks more like Jesus than Jesus, the fake Jesus that they make us believe is the real Jesus. See, Jesus actually had darker skin. Jesus was not white like me. I just want to be clear. So that's the crazy part, is that so those are Neanderthals, cavemen. They're some of the first people that started to make tools, that started to work with their hands, that stood upright. Before this, we were leaned over walking on our damn hands like gorillas. So Neanderthals, Homo Neanderthalness. Lord have mercy. They're an extinct group of humans. Archaic humans. Jesus. They lived in Europe and Asia about 40,000 years ago. There was a specimen, bones, that was found in 1856 in the Neander Valley in present-day Germany. It's not clear when the line of Neanderthals split from that of modern humans, but studies have produced various times ranging from 350,000 years ago to more than 800,000 years ago. So this was not something that happened in the 1600s, babe. This was something that happened way before Christianity was even thought of. This was after the dinosaurs went extinct. Somehow, I do believe that that God created us in His image. But going back to that interpretation of, was it physical, spiritual, mental, all of that, I just, There's no arguing, maybe he did make us out of his image and maybe he looked like a damn Neanderthal. Who knows? I mean, if there was something in the Bible and he said, I was the first one to damn use rocks and sticks to make fire, I'd be like, oh, there we go. There's evidence. He was a Neanderthal. So I'm joking. I'm just saying that there's no denying the evidence that we evolved. And there's clear proof of what happened. The reasons for the Neanderthal extinction. The reason they all died is disputed. Theories for their extinction include demographic factors such as small population size and inbreeding, competitive replacement and interbreeding, and assimilation with modern humans, change of climate, disease, or a combination of these factors. Neanderthals lived in a high-stress environment with high trauma rates, and 80% of them died before the age of 40. I guess we don't have it that bad. We could all be dead by 40. 80%. Damn, I guess you gotta damn start having babies young, right? Oh, I'm 16, Mom. I'm ready for a baby. I'm gonna die by 40. 80% chance. So it looks like they had a lot of interbreeding going on, incest, which is, I mean, it's caveman days. Of course they did. Just imagine trying to set your mother down back then and be like, hey, Mom, Dad's messing with me. Yeah. These were people that were the first people to use sticks and stones and try to civilize themselves in some manner. I mean, the Neanderthal is quite an interesting... It was interesting because that's when we really come into our own as humans. It's when we started cultivating tools and cultivating our minds and using the things we had in the elements to better our lives. It's interesting. They mainly ate... Neanderthals consumed a wide array of food, mainly hooved animals. Like horses? Woolly mammoths? Plants, small mammals, birds, aquatic and marine resources. Although they were probably apex predators, they still competed with cave lions, cave hyenas, and other large predators. I don't think we have it that bad. All of a sudden, I'm feeling better about life. Just having to, it's a pain in the ass to wake up not have money for food, but at least I didn't have to wake up and fight any fucking hyenas and lions, okay? Okay, just to stay alive. I mean, if you look at my life in a metaphor sense, like, I fight tigers and lions and bears and hyenas every fucking day, but just in a different way. So they would collect ornaments. They would make ornaments out of bird feathers, claws, shells, collections of unusual objects, including crystals and fossils, engravings. They worked on music production. And that's literally them sitting in a circle singing. I don't know why that says that. That literally sounds like they had a fucking DJ booth in the fucking cave with the damn lights and the bears in the circle dancing, and they're all doing the damn choo-choo train. They're talking about a flute. There was a flute that was found at some point. I can't remember what the fuck it's called. Hold on. I'll never be able to remember that. And there was also, I want to say that there was almost like a drum-like thing that they found in one cave that was that they found on an archaeological dig. It was like one of the first drums found. What else? No, the hillbillies damn did the spoons, Brooke. I don't know, y'all. But music production is not... Not what they meant. When was that? So the first Neanderthal remains that they ever found was discovered in 1829, and that was by Charles Schmierling. So these remains compromised thigh bone, right arm, left humerus, and unula. What part of the body is that? Left hip bone, part of the shoulder blade. Oh, unula. Unula. You know what's popular with that kind of break? Catching a fall. I had my mama hurt herself like that. And other people in the family have hurt themselves like that. It's very common to put your hand out when you're about to fall, and it'll cause a break in the arm right there. Fun fact. The more you know. So by the early 20th century, they had found other Neanderthal skeletal remains. They found an old man who is called the Old Man. They found him in France. French paleontologist authored several publications, blah, 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 dealing with the specimen. They reconstructed this creature, though, as slouching. He had an ape-like structure. He was not like us Homo sapiens who stand upright and walk with our arms beside our sides. Ooh, they mapped the genome. So it says a Neanderthal admixture was found to be present in modern populations in 2010 with the mapping of the first Neanderthal genome sequence. So we have their DNA. That's what that says. We have Neanderthal DNA in us. That's the link. Did we outlive them? I mean, what did we do? Hell, for all we know, this shit goes back. It predates the Bible. It predates Rome. It predates freaking Greece. It predates civilization as we know it. There ain't no telling what happened. For all we know, the Neanderthals and the Homo sapiens got into a fucking political war and one killed the other. We don't know. It was fucking 800,000 years ago, approximately. We'll probably never know. They didn't even write or keep records, or, the best we got is some fucking handprints on a cave. We don't know what happened, but I can promise you anywhere that there is not law and order, evil has the grounds to run rampant. So this was based on 3 specimens that they found. This was based on 3 specimens in Vidajiva Cave, Croatia, which contained almost 4% DNA. However, there was approximately, I don't even know what this means. In 2012, the British American, I don't know. So in 2012, some British American genealogist or whatever, genetics, whatever, he hypothesized that that this was wrong, that the DNA link was wrong. However, that was disproven in 2013 by the sequencing of a high-quality Neanderthal genome preserved in a toe bone from a cave in Siberia. So this is the timeline from the DNA evidence and where we originated from. So it starts off with us literally being bent over, using our hands to walk through the ground. Okay? Then there was a split. Something genetically happened. This could have come from inbreeding. This could have come from an act of God, I don't know. But there was a split. All the way up. Oh, that was before Homo sapien. No, that was before. Hold on one second. Where is. Oh, wow. We were bent over for a while, y'all. There's Homo erectus. That's where we started walking upright. We just started walking upright. All right. I don't know why I thought that it was during the split that we started walking upright. These are all different branches that we've evolved, different, you know, and it says up here, earliest stone tool, earliest signs of Homo sapien, which would later go on to be Homo sapien, but earliest fire, earliest language. And look, Homo erectus is when we started walking upright. Ain't that crazy? So we haven't even been walking upright, but for a fraction of the years that we've actually existed as a species. It's crazy. And what was it? I don't even see Neanderthals on this list, which is weird, but hold on one second. So this is one of the... No, and he's walking upright. So how is that possible? I thought Homo erectus was when we started walking upright. So the Smithsonian actually has a lot of these, so I wanted to show y'all one, for instance. This is one I'll go back and show you. So this is this one right here. Habilis. I don't know. So we're going to look him up. So this is what they look like. And as you can see, it's almost a halfway point to where we get to and where we were. It's kind of crazy. It's really crazy. Hold on one second. Actually, can I go back and click on that? Hey, I can. Let's do that. This is the earliest signs of us, essentially, like when we become Homo sapiens, like we started to develop or see, Africanus is, I hope I'm saying that right, is more closely related to humans than any other of their ancestors at the time. Where's a full picture? Do we only have pieces of a skull? Is this the boy that was found? Yes, that was the first one, was the 6-year-old boy that they found in 1924. I don't see. This is where they lived, parts of Africa. Hold on one second. I want to see the Homo erectus. 2 million years ago. Damn, how did he get all the way at the top? Oh, there's the Neanderthals. See how they stood upright? We only have pieces of old ones. Do we even have some of these? Probably not. Just the teeth. Damn it. That's a Sasquatch. For sure. 100%. I found him. Yeah, we probably don't have it. I think, what was Lucy? Freaking computer. My computer's not working. don't know what Lucy was. Yeah, they only have peace. Lucy was right here. I recognize her bones from a mile away. There she was. It's crazy how the other report said 4.4 million. Now this one is saying da 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 da. Apherinus. So it was Homo sapiens. Before us was the Denisovans, Lord. They were in Asia, lower and middle. Denisovans. Then the Neanderthals. Then the Homo heidelbergensis, Lord, which existed around 600,000 years ago. Then Homo erectus, which was around 2 million years ago when we started walking upright, which is why it's called erect. Homo ancestor was before them, which was about 1.2 million years ago. There's so many different ones. It's crazy how you can, like, go down the list and look at the pictures and see this crap. Wow, they actually have jaw pieces from an extinct species of great ape that was 10 million years ago almost. And that's crazy. Had 3 molars, a right jawbone, 11 isolated teeth. Shit's mind blowing, I'm sorry. It's crazy to think about and how it could fit in the Bible. Like, maybe that's why God sent Socrates. Because God made us in his image. And we were off track. We were never going to make our way to the Bible being cavemen. I don't know, y'all. I don't know how to rationalize it in my head and, like, come up with a timeline for, like, the history of us. But I do believe that Socrates was a gift to earth because he put humanity on the fast track to Christianity. Absolutely. Right after his death, one of Jesus's disciples shows up in freaking Greece preaching the word of the Lord. And that's how Christianity caught on. So it's no coincidence that it was right after Socrates' death and, prosecution and death that Christianity would take the world by surprise. You know what I mean? It's just, everything happens for a reason. I mean, either way, Socrates would have had to die because, Greece had already prosecuted him for not believing in mythology. They said that he was, polluting his pupils. The same thing would have went for Christianity. He would have been prosecuted for believing in false gods. So, I don't know. I don't understand. I don't understand. So the way that, like, the Darwin theory even got started, if you've never heard of Darwin, was because he went out on a boat, and he was a geologist who went out on a boat and started watching birds, and he saw over years that these birds would change after time. They would develop their skills, they would grow their knowledge, like they would get smarter as time went on. And it's called what was it called, y'all, when it's The Origin of Species was written in 1859. What is it though? Not process of elimination. What is it? Oh, survival of the fittest. I read parts of the Origin of Species when I was real young. I was probably 13 or 14. I was obsessed with Charles Darwin. And I was obsessed with evolution because the church said that it wasn't real, and they wouldn't answer my questions about dinosaurs. They wouldn't answer my questions about bones. They wouldn't answer my questions about anything. And matter of fact, I was told by the church that this was going to cause me a lot of problems in life, having questions. I mean, they weren't wrong. Where was the lie? But I don't know. It's clear to me that this happened, that we evolved. I feel really weak. This shit sucks. Mm. Mm. So he watched mockingbirds in Chile. Also, he went from island to island. He observed tortoises, rat kangaroos, the platypus. There was all these animals he was watching to see how they grew up and evolved. God. Maybe it's just a little hot in here or something. I don't know. Fuck. So crazy. He had a book. Darwin had a book called The Structure and Distribution of Coral Reefs. This was how he presented his theory of natural selection, which is that one living plant, animal thing on Earth kills off another, and it's part of natural selection. It's like the bear eats the fish eats the guppy. You get it? Survival of the fittest, natural selection. And that's not a good representation. I don't know what animals eat what animals. I only eat beef and chicken, so I love me some bacon. I do like pork too. I am from the South. He was going off on voyages and shit. Sounds nice. Sounds nice. I want to go on a voyage to watch animals. So the way that he proved his theory, He worked 8 years of work on barnacles. Darwin's theory helped him to find homologies, showing that slightly changed body parts severed different functions, served, showing that Lord have mercy. I need glasses, y'all. Showing that slightly changed body parts serve different functions to meet new conditions, and in some genera he found minute male Lord have mercy. Parasitic. Oh, hermaphrodites. Oh, hermaphrodites. I don't know how you say that. Showing an intermediate stage in evolution of distinct sexes. So, divergence in the character of descendants can be explained by them becoming adapted to, quote, diversified places in the economy of nature. So what this is saying is let's say that, I'm going to put it in bird form because this is how I remember it. What this is saying is you're a baby bird and I'm a baby bird. We have 3 baby birds. Our beaks are not big enough to get into certain holes in a tree where we would be fishing for like woodworms or something to eat. Listen, I don't know nothing about trees. Let's say that mom and daddy's beak was not big enough to fit in the holes of the tree to try to get these worms out. Well, the children, the offspring, naturally, through the process of evolution, which is a genetic thing, clearly, through that process, the offspring, the baby birds that we had, their noses will be a little bit longer, their beaks will be a little bit longer so that they can get in the holes that mom and daddy couldn't. We've seen this time and time again through different species, through our own species. There's no denying that we went from being apes to being Homo sapiens, and you know, Homo erectus. We started walking upright. We started cultivating ourselves, our minds, tools. We made civilization. It's taken us a long time to get here because clearly we came out cavemen, interbreeding. That's so crazy. I love that stuff. Really do. I wish that I could say those big words. I bet even the people that go to school for damn paleontology can't say them damn words. You know what I mean? It's not easy. It's not easy. At all. Enoch. We should one day. Right now I feel like I'm about to pass out. I gotta get here. I really do. I feel really like weak and like fucking sucks. I don't know how anybody goes without drinking water. If I just wake up and go a few hours without drinking at least 2 or 3 bottles of water, I start to feel like ass. So how do you motherfuckers live on soda? Like, I feel weak. I feel like I need an IV drip. Seriously, 100%. If you want to put an IV drip in me right now, I'd take it. Saline, vitamins, put everything in there. Put the whole kitchen sink in there. Ouch, my shoulder. That's another thing. When I start stressing, my shoulder starts hurting. Everything just fucking starts falling apart. Everything. Alright. I've got to find something to drink. I can't drink that water, y'all. It tastes like soot, like something burnt. Like it tastes burnt. I don't know how to explain it. Even when I was drinking that coffee, it tastes scary. Like I'm gonna end up with fucking forever chemicals killing me in like 2 seconds. mean, that's the thing, though. When you don't have family and you don't have resources, what do? It's not like I can just walk in somewhere and ask for a glass of fucking water. I'm not like that. I'll fucking die before I do that shit. I'm not going in and asking for food from somewhere. I'm not, stealing. I've thought about it. Everybody else is fucking doing it. That must be how they're surviving. Everybody's just thieves out here. Because I don't know how y'all afford groceries. I don't even remember the last time I've been into a grocery store. I haven't been in weeks. I haven't been to buy anything in weeks because I haven't had the money. The last time I was in a Walmart, I bought an avocado and some bananas. I just don't understand how anybody is surviving. And what am I supposed to do when nobody hires me this time next year like they didn't last year? You know what I mean? What do I do for the next year? This bullshit? Fuck no. Fuck no. No. Absolutely not. That means the truck goes back. No. I'm not doing this for another year. I can't. I won't survive. You get what I'm saying? So, I don't know what happens from here. I don't know what's going to take place. I'm just done putting, close to $3,000 a month into a vehicle just to have somewhere to live. I'm done with it. Like, I can't do it. I can't keep doing it. It's fucking insanity. I could eat, I have a nice life. I wasn't strapped under this fucking truck payment. Yeah, it's my home, but maybe that's what I need. Maybe I need to really, literally be walking down the fucking street again for the Department of Social Services to get off their lazy fucking waste of human lives to help me. Why is it that I'm the only one that don't get no fucking help, but I'm also the only one in Winston-Salem that goes into the office that's white? Every time I've been into the Forsyth County Department of Social Services, I am the only person that is white receiving help. I have never seen another white person in their office. Ever. 13 months. So why is that? When I walk in and there's 400 immigrants who clearly don't speak English, why is that? How is that fair? In what world, as an American citizen who's paid taxes, is that fucking fair? And something else I want y'all to know, that there was multiple reports that came out this week talking about how children of illegal children, who, in my opinion, are victims in all of this, they've been dragged into this by their parents, dragged into this by their parents. They're putting in not only an economic strain on the education system, but this has contributed to children getting dumber and children not getting the level of education that they need and the one-on-one time that they need. So you thought COVID was bad. The Biden administration laughed in your child's face and said, watch this. Teachers are finally starting to come forward. Finally, after 4 years of fucking lunacy, teachers are finally coming forward talking about how they're dealing with children from all over the fucking world that they don't speak their fucking English. What are we supposed to do? I'm sorry. If you want to go learn fucking Russian and whatever, by all means, be my guest. I'm sure you can find a job in the damn education department at any damn school where there's, a sanctuary city, or they behave like a sanctuary city like North Carolina does. I'm sure you'll be able to find employment, because not only is it children from south of the border, but there's children from all over the world, Syrian children that's never even heard English until they got here. What are they supposed to do with those children? Let me tell you what they do with those children. Those children are given undivided attention into helping them learn English as your child sits by, still not knowing how to read, or at the very least read at grade level, not receiving any attention at all. Now there's multiple reports. You can go give it a go if you think I'm fucking lying. Multiple reports of this. And I'm not talking about it was a news report. This was a study that was fucking done. Multiple of them. Why their education is lapsing. Why educators are strained and spread so thin. It's coming from immigration. Hello? That's one of the main factors. That's one of the main factors, because so many resources are being spent on children. I mean, they from everywhere, honey. Everywhere. Countries that I can't even say. Imagine what that does to a school system. But it's not only that. It's also, the social, the socioeconomics behind it, different cultures, and I don't know, man. It's a lot. It's a lot. I don't even think people can wrap their mind around how much damage has been done by immigration. I know that my life has had a huge impact because of illegals. I've lost everything because of illegals. I can't even afford to put gas in my car or feed myself. You know what I mean? And it's because of illegal immigration. Nobody is going to convince me otherwise, because I know the evidence. I know that we spent $150 billion on illegals just last year. Just last year. That's an Elon number. That's not a Brooke number. That's an Elon number. Elon said that. I hope I can use the bathroom here this time. This is where I tried to come this morning, and everybody and their mama wanted to fucking talk to me. Do I look like I want to talk to you? Do I sound like I want to talk to you? Do I even sound like a nice person? You're welcome. As I hold the door open from some lady. Do I sound like a nice person? Yeah, she thanked me for holding the door for her, and I'm like, you're welcome. The irony. She was nice. There's never any paper towels in these places anymore. Ew. Ew, ew. And she's so cute too. Adorable. Oh no, not in the damn Lincoln. She in a Lincoln. Grandma out for a Sunday drive. She could have been my grandma. What are you looking at? Use the bathroom. My hips are hurting from, I guess, where I haven't been working out. I don't fucking know. I know. I'm such a bitch. Let me hold the door for you, Grandma. You're welcome, Graham. You're welcome, Grandma. I don't know what she was buying, but I think she bought cigarettes. She didn't even look like the type to buy cigarettes. Gas is back up to $3.20 a gallon. Like, it fluctuates, and it pisses me off because anything over $2.50 is too much. Plain and simple. We got oil on our own damn soil. We got damn oceans we can be drilling in and shit. I mean, it's just crazy. It's preposterous to think that we could be selling our oil to other countries, but instead we too stupid to dig for our own oil to make a profit off of. We just borrow and trade with other countries for their fucking oil. What? I thought this was the land of the free. I thought this was a corporate paradise or a capitalist paradise, or what, y'all know what I mean. I wonder how much trillions of dollars we could make off of fucking oil if we were drilling for it like we used to. Did we used to sell oil? I don't know. Come on, y'all. God dang it. I started giving directions to somebody this morning. I said, hey, you know where you live? She's like, yeah. I'm like, well, you know that McDonald's right there? And then that Lowe's, and then that Walmart. And I started naming off businesses. I said, did you know that I applied to every single business through there? It's about, I would say probably 80 different walk-in spots in that one town. I said, did you know that I walked into all these places and asked if they were hiring, and everywhere. Literally, it's such a small town. It's Madison, North Carolina. There's a downtown area. There used to be a Family Dollar there. It went out of fucking business. There's a Dollar General that they just built not too long ago, a few years back. They're not hiring. But even the gas station that's on the corner, I've been in there. Also the coffee shop. Y'all don't understand. I'll start in a city, and I'll start in like a shopping area. I'll go to every single fucking business. I'll get in my car, drive to the next one, go to every single fucking business. Like, there's only so much of that bullshit you can put up with on a daily basis before you're beating a dead horse. But explaining this to somebody, I can still see that they don't get it. Most people never will, because they've never been charged, number one, with crimes they didn't do. Also, they've never been, their life has never been destroyed in the manner that my daughter's and mine and my son's was. Most people that go through the things I've been through, they don't talk about this shit. That's what I guess DSS was hoping. I have no shame, because I did nothing wrong. But I have a feeling one day all of that will come to light. It might take 30 years, but it's okay. Happens a lot more than people care to talk about at all, apparently. Nobody wants to talk about it at all. I did have one woman a while back that said she was falsely accused of neglect or child abuse. It's brave of her to come out and admit that, I think it happens a lot more than a lot of mothers will ever admit. It's not fair. It's not right. All in the name of racism and self-loathing and my big ass mouth. But just because you're punished for saying something doesn't mean you shouldn't say it. Quite the opposite. You got to set on it and figure out how to say it better next time. If what you're saying is pissing people off, that means you're doing something right in life. Seriously. Nowadays, with the world we live in, when somebody is like, oh, I don't like that person, they're always running their mouth, I'm like, oh, let me go listen. And I'm like, oh, I see why you don't like this person. They speak too much truth. They contradict what you feel. I get it. That's why I hated Trump. I get it. That's why I used to hate him. Because I was a sheep. It is really foggy today. I was going to try to buy a bottle of water, but I know it won't work because that gas station is like expensive. Everything's expensive. A fucking single bottle of water will run you $2.50 nowadays. That's crazy. You know how much water I drink when I have water? Like half a gallon. I usually try to shoot for 3 liters a day because that's what you're supposed to have to feel good. See, that's another thing. I used to have friends that fucking lived on Mountain Dew, and they'd be like, I feel so bad all the time. Bitch, that's why. You're supposed to drink 3 liters of water a day. Yes, liters. Yes, Google it. Liters. You even had 8 ounces in 8 months. I don't know where this eczema's coming from. Yes, 3 liters. And matter of fact, if you start drinking 3 liters, you'll probably lose 30 pounds within a few months. Ask me how I know. Water will help you in a weight loss journey tremendously. But yeah, I usually, drown a few bottles. Like, it's not logical for me to have gallon jugs carrying around when I'm going to the parks and shit, so I have to buy bottled water. When the water's not contaminated, I don't mind filling it up and using it over and over, but something's going on with that water. It said that it could be old rusty pipes. That worries me even more because I don't remember the last time I had a tetanus shot, and I don't know if you can get tetanus internally. I'm sure you can. But that's scary. That's super scary. I wish I could go to bed, honestly. That's another thing. I guess that's why you see a lot of homeless people on drugs, because it gets past the point of, desperation. You can't feed yourself. You don't have water. You don't have anything. And drugs seems like the best out just to get through the fucking day. I get it. Unfortunately, I don't do drugs, so I haven't in many, many years. I haven't did drugs since I had money. I got sober and I lost everything because of sobriety. Oh, there's 2 white vans now. Ooh, creepy. The plot thickens. Yeah, I definitely could eat a whole fucking pizza. But, Oh. Mm. I don't have any chapstick. I've been out. I had this fucking cherry one and I ain't seen it. I don't know where it went. If I had butane, I could fucking cook something, but I don't have any butane. I don't have the gas to go get it either, so I'm damned if I do and I'm damned if I don't. That 4-pack that I got lasted me for what, like 6 weeks? So it lasted for a while, but like, I don't know. It's about the same cost. It's going to cost you between $30 and $50 a day to feed yourself, whether you're eating out or you're fucking cooking. It's just crazy. What in the fuck? Ireland. Katy Perry. Oh, cherry chapstick. I get it. I get it. I get it. Ah. Y'all better not give them assholes bail. They don't deserve bail. The 3 guys out of, I do believe, Miami.
Previously at the top of the luxury real estate market in South Florida, now facing charges of running an elaborate sex trafficking ring, along with their 3rd brother. All right, stick with me here. Tal Alexander, with his younger brother and business partner, Oren, along with Oren's twin, Alone, are charged with working together to traffic, drug, and rape women, going back to when they were just teenagers. The New York District Attorney calling their behavior heinous. The twins are also charged with multiple sexual battery counts in the state of Florida. They're due in federal court this week. They will learn whether a judge will grant them bail after big brother Tal was denied bond just this Friday. Here with us is federal defense attorney.
Good. They don't deserve bail. They were out here assaulting women and using their money to do so. And I know it people just like them that think they do nothing wrong. Sick bastards. Under the jail. Straight to jail. Under it. I can't believe it took a year for it to even come out what happened to Riley Gaines. Like, I see reports of it back in 23, but nobody talked about it. The media didn't pick it up. You know how you get so hungry that you, like, literally, you have this pit in your stomach and you can feel, like, nausea because of your stomach bowel? I don't know what has to give, but I know if I could get rid of this truck, I wouldn't have these problems. Which sucks because, I mean, it's almost paid off, but I can't keep doing this. Something's got to give. I can't do this anymore. It's been an absolute worst year of my fucking life. Last Christmas, I mean, I look back and I don't know how I didn't commit suicide. Seriously. It was the darkest day of my entire life was Christmas last year. Christmas. You know, I could understand if I'd been this horrible person, if I'd harmed people, if I'd done people wrong, if I'd, like, you know. But I've never done any of the things that people have done to me. So once again, going back to God, how is he real? If what he says, if he says, come to me, confess I'm your Lord, ask for forgiveness, all of these things that I did, you know, when I got clean 4.5 fucking years ago. If he says to change your life, to mimic his life and become more like him, when does the reward start? How many years do I have to not be a stripper and starve to start seeing some kind of reward? I mean, this is a genuine question. When does the good shit start? Because I don't think that it ever will. At this point, I've completely lost hope. It makes me question whether or not God is real. Big time. Big time. Because I should have found a job by now. I did 170 applications just this past Monday. That's not including the staffing agency that I'm also working with that said that they might have like 20 job opportunities. So that'd be 190 opportunities, and I haven't heard back from one motherfucking person. Now, it was not just Monday. There was Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday and Friday that I also filled out numerous job applications, anywhere from 20 to 30, sometimes 50 a day. So if we start doing that long term for 18 motherfucking months, in total, I've did almost 10,000 job applications. I've applied to everywhere. You name it, name it. And I bet you $100 I fucking applied to it. Oh, no, I can't do that because I ain't got no money to give you. I ain't even got money to buy water or food or fucking anything. I don't even have water to brush my teeth. See what I mean? You have to have money to just survive out here. That fucking rusty ass fucking water. I want a pizza so bad. That's all I want is a fucking pizza. The last time I had fucking pizza was from the gas station for $3.99. A week ago. Literally. And this is exactly why abused women go back to their abuser too. I just want to point that out. This is why women don't leave domestic violence situations. It becomes impossible. It's impossible. You know? I mean, and it might come down to that. I might have to go get back with my ex Dave just to fucking, you know, have a roof over my head, water to drink, and food in my belly. Ain't that sad? Because that's why I was with him to start with. The first year I was in love. Then I realized that it was abusive and that he wanted to just sexually abuse me all the time. And that's when I was like, oh, okay. This is not really a real relationship, is it? But, you know, at that point, I loved the son of a bitch, so I was stuck in there for, you know, over half a decade. I just want to be perfectly clear that this is why a lot of women stay in abusive situations, because society makes it impossible for them to fucking leave. You go to the Department of Social Services, you go to Bridges of Hope, you say, hey, this is what happens. You take them fucking criminal records, reports, fucking doctors, hospital, everything. And they say, oh, yeah, we can't do nothing for you. We don't have any housing for you. You don't even qualify for fucking food stamps. How is a woman who is leaving an abusive situation supposed to leave unless all of her family is alive and she's already made a fucking money? I don't want anybody to ever say, oh, well, why'd she go back? I just told you why she went back. To have food in her fucking belly and water on the fucking table. Like, oh, it's sad. You know, but that's been going on for fucking centuries, so it's nothing new. It goes on in marriage. It goes on in damn incestuous relationships. You know, it is what it is. So some girl, Bambi commented, said she went to BJ's and she got races of people that were acting like her and her daughter was stealing. They followed her around the store and shit. Like, listen, this shit's been going on for a while. I've been getting racially profiled my whole fucking life, and it's usually, if I'm being perfectly honest, a black woman. Heavyset black woman. 99.9% of the time. Talk about blatant racism. You know what gives it away? Is that it'll be a busy ass like Walmart, and everybody's moving around getting shit done. I'll walk through the fucking double doors and everybody stops to stare. People looking up from the registers. The greeter staring. Woman pushing a cart staring. They let you know that you are not welcome there by the gang mentality. The gang mentality. The blatant bombastic side eye, you know. They're like, what's she doing in here? You know? That shit. That's been my experience with what DEI programs implement. How they treat others. I mean, it's just crazy to me that we even have this dumb shit. I heard there was another woman that I heard speak, and she said that white people that got hired at this one specific company, they went through DEI training. Have you heard of this? Oh, y'all ain't heard of no racism yet. Let's talk about this DEI training, because what they do is they essentially take all the white people and teach them how to not be racist. Hold on, what? Just the white people? Just the white people? Ain't that racist? What do I know? I'm pretty dumb. Yeah, that's right. Large corporation was taking all of the white people, they were pulling them aside, and they were putting them through these DEI training bullshit processes where they were deprogramming their colonization genetics or something. You know what I mean? Like, just the most obscene bullshit that you could pull out of thin fucking air to come up with just more bullshit. It's crazy to me. This is what they teach white people to do. Choose their words carefully. Promote a respectful work environment. That means AKA if your boss says something, you just don't disagree because you're white and you're not allowed to disagree with black people. You got to read through the bullshit. You know what I mean? It's just crazy. What else? A lot of these ain't bad. Listening to employees, hosting open discussions about inequality. What? Why are we going to talk about racism in the workplace? Why do we need to host discussions about inequality? Hold on one second. Let me see if I can find that report. Or the article. Does anybody know the company I'm talking about that was caught? They were caught on, they were also caught on, like, I feel like it was like a conference call discussing this. There was an Asian man that said not to hire any white people, and he was caught on camera saying that. He said, we want to steer away from white people. We're not hiring white people right now. Don't tell me it's not fucking happening when I've filled out almost 10,000 job applications. So essentially what they do is they pull you in when they hire you for DEI training, and they make you believe that if you're white, you're the problem in society, and you've been programmed, as a colonizer, and like it's because of you that the white rich man is an elite when you're poor yourself and you've been from poverty-stricken backgrounds your whole fucking life. Somehow that's your fucking problem. Here we go. Hold on. Oh, baby. This was 11 days ago. I'm a cis gay white man, and my company has asked me to be one of several trainers for a predetermined curriculum for a DEI course. We often ask people how they feel about things, and occasionally something will come up where my white privilege stares me right in the face. Are you fucking for real right now? Yeah. Maybe you think you have white privilege because you grew up with parents that love you and they sent you off to college and you had the natural experience to growing up. Nothing bad ever happened to you. That doesn't make you have any privilege, sir. That just means you had great parents that did the right thing and geared you in the right directions. You got lucky, bitch. You got lucky. Has nothing to do with fucking white privilege. Cry me a river. So anyways, he says his white privilege stares him right in the face. Not like in a white guilt savior sort of way, but it's just there. I've called it out a couple of times, and it just feels like the other whites people in the room need to see theirs just in case they don't. Bitch, who is this? I wish this had a name. Oh God, I'd blast you right now. I'd blast you so fucking hard for being so fucking ignorant. Where do I sign up for this white privilege? Does anybody know? Can I go sign up down the road? I mean, where do I go to sign up for this shit? Because nobody ever told me. I missed the fucking memo. So he says that he's tried to talk to other white people about this, and every time it's radio silence. Bro, you don't know how to read a room, do you? Keyword, cis gay man told me everything I needed to know about him when he described himself as such. I knew he was mentally unstable before we went on this journey. Anybody that refers to themselves as a cis anything has mental problems. Plain and simple. They're floating down denial. Up Schitt's Creek. Oh, God. And then there's all these black people coming in the comments. Oh, my God. You're so great. No, he lacked self-respect and knowledge. He's not great. He's lost. So it looks like back in November they'd done a study that concluded that DEI training makes racial tensions worse. Oh, ain't that interesting? One motherfucking study, one statistical study proved that DEIT training makes tensions worse. It can create racism where none existed. Oh, no way. Who would have thunk of that? Imagine being called into an office when you receive some corporate job and they tell you that you have to be deprogrammed as a fucking white person. So they're going to have you go through a series of DEI trainings so that you recognize your fucking place in the office. That's what they're doing. That's what they effectively have done in this country. And if you're straight, white, or Christian, you got a fucking X on your back, buddy. Makes me sick. These dumbasses believe that the idea of racism is everywhere and fundamentally embedded into white culture in particular. Cry me a fucking river. I've been poorer than half of the fucking people out here believing this dumb shit most of their fucking life. See, and that's the problem. Because the main people that are pressing for stuff like this are young, dumb, college kids that mom and daddy's done sent off to college. They never been through shit in their life. The harsh thing, the worst thing they've ever been through is being cuffed after a fucking protest. You know, it's the privileged people. It's the elites, brats, children, offspring, whatever you want to call them, mutts, that are behaving and pushing this shit. That's the crazy part. It's large corporations, it's the elites, and it's their offspring. Has nothing to do with being white and black. We got elites that are different all over this country. Different nationalities, from different countries. It has nothing to do. The system is rigged, absolutely. But it's the government and us. You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand this study. So it looks like they give a bunch of test subjects 2 different articles. One was about racism and the other one was about crop farming. Then they asked them a series of questions to see if they had like microaggressions or if it had caused more harm to the applicant. It was over 1,000 students. I don't understand this story, but it says DEI is not the only way companies teach and promote diversity. This isn't the first study to show that DEI training can cause more problems than it fixes. I don't need you to tell me that. I can just go to the local fucking Walmart and figure that out on my own. Lord knows if I go over there after sundown, I might not make it home. Studies going back to 95 have showed that diversity training had no positive effects in the workplace. There it is. There it is. Just like we know that it's not in the benefit of a child to have their genitals removed before the age of 25. But here they are out here doing it. I wonder how much money goes to programs. Who's profiting? There's got to be a reason they're pushing this bullshit. Well, I mean, they're conditioning the upcoming generation of whites, number one. That's the first, you know, to see what they can get by with. But, Let's see if they get federal funding. Yep. And just one day ago, it looks like government grants funding for DEI initiatives. So it looks like they're going forward with more of this bullshit. Yep. It's fucking crazy. I'm like, do 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 do. This is fucking insane. Oh God, how do y'all vote for Donald Trump and then y'all allow the governor of Washington to spend more than $1 billion on DEI? He just approved this yesterday, day before yesterday, Friday. Washington, a report showed that $1 billion in tax dollars went to fund diversity, equity, inclusion in American public schools. There we have it, folks. They're teaching your white children not to appreciate themselves. Their lives have no value because they were born into a systematic system. What the fuck? I'm telling you right now, man. I'm so glad that I don't have to worry about this stuff. I'm so glad I don't have to worry about this stuff. Listen. The director of the Outreach for Parents Defending Education, Erica Snans, says her organization documented grants from the Department of Education to schools starting in 2021 that pushed left-leaning ideology. Listen to what they are saying right now. They are admitting out loud that they have been brainwashing, conditioning, and indoctrinating children since 2021, and they used federal dollars to do so. That's what it says. It's what it says. Quote, the Department of Education to schools starting in 2021 that pushed left-leaning ideology under the president-elect administration. But there might be some hope for change under the new president-elect Donald Trump's administration. For more about, hold on, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, that's all you gonna tell me? That's all you gonna tell me? $1 billion just in Washington alone to push left-leaning ideology, indoctrinate children, what I said from the start over a year ago. To see it in writing is just all of the validation I need. Now this is new, but I thought they were saying, this was 3 days ago. It's a report from Fox News. It says Biden Education Department spent over $1 billion on DEI grants. Let me tell you another reason they probably did this. Because of immigration. They wanted to coerce the upcoming generation. First of all, we know that children are getting dumber, right? Okay. So, at this point, since you know they're getting dumber, why not implement brainwashing, okay, indoctrination, coercion, so that the next upcoming generation, you don't have as many pushbacks like this generation, like millennials, like baby boomers. That generation ain't going for this bullshit. That's the generation that voted for Trump. It makes sense why they would spend money on DEI training. They're conditioning a whole upcoming generation of people into feeling bad about being white. Which is preposterous. And it not only is it preposterous, but it's racist in itself. This is bigotry. Conditioning children to believe that they're bad because they're white. I'm telling you right now, if I ever get hired somewhere and they pull me in a fucking office and tell me I got to go through DEI training, when is somebody going to get a backbone and start suing? Because I'm ready. I'll be there for you. I'll be at every court date. The premises of DEI programs is racist within itself. So lawsuits, anybody, I think that that's what's going to happen to end this bullshit. I think that the Supreme Court might have to come on and deem this unconstitutional and a violation of fucking human rights, okay? To teach children that white people are inherently horrible and bad, and it's because of their ancestors, you know, that America is ran by rich white men, which is crazy. That's not true. But I just feel like somebody needs to sue because this is racist as fuck. From 2021 to present, the Biden administration awarded 229 grants across 42 states and Washington, D.C. in support of DEI programs. According to the report, I don't even know how to say that number. 489 million was spent on grants for race-based hiring. 343 million went towards general DEI programming. Do you hear it? They're telling you what they're doing. DEI programming. 169 million went to DEI-based mental health training and programming. There's absolutely a psychological, this is about psychology. This is programming children to believe that being white is wrong, conditioning them for the rest of their lives, and then fucking with their mental health for fun. What could go wrong? Totaling over $1 billion spent in all. So what I said last year, and everybody called me crazy and said I was wrong, and that they weren't conditioning children and they weren't indoctrinating children, there's $1 billion that went towards it. What do you think? You think they having little powwows and roasting marshmallows in these fucking meetings? No, they're conditioning your child to believe that they should hate themselves. It's fucking disgusting. And one of the most blatantly racist things I've ever seen. Blatantly racist. You know, it's to a point that I don't think most people are aware of what these programs are, what they mean, how much money has clearly went to them. So they can't grasp what that means, especially if you don't have children. You can't comprehend anyways. If you don't have children, you don't have merit in this conversation. You see what I'm saying? You don't have pull in this, weight in this conversation if you don't have children, first of all. But second of all, I don't think that most parents, they're so wrapped up with their daily lives just out here trying to fucking survive. I don't think that they're aware that $1 billion has went to condition their child and indoctrinate them into the political left ideology. Imagine all the poor kids that are going to grow up affected by this, psychologically speaking. And it might affect them for the rest of their lives. You know, these things have a lasting impact. Multiple press releases on the Education Department's website also reveal a higher dollar figure awarded for DEI grants to school districts. Most recently, the agency announced the administration had awarded over $67 million through magnet school programs and fostering diverse school grants. You know what that means? That means that they're giving educational opportunities to everybody but white. Everybody but white gets a grant. Where are you from? India? You get a grant. Where are you from? You got, your parents are Mexican, or your dad's Mexican. You're Mexican. We won't tell them about the half white part. Okay. Shh. You get a grant. Oh, you're white? Oh, sorry. Don't you have parents? Don't you have that generational wealth? Can't you use your white privilege fucking card to go to college? Now, we've been knowing that they've been doing this for a while. If you didn't know, let me tell you. This has been happening all over the country when it comes to students' educations. White kids are not getting the same grants, funding, and opportunities that other kids are that weren't even born here. That weren't even born here. That are here illegally. You think I'm kidding? You want to see some college campuses that are overridden with squatters right now? I'll show you one. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. I saw this yesterday. Absolutely. Living in tents. In the fucking campus schoolyard. Protesting. About, I think, Palestine. Here we go. Hold on one second. Syracuse, Arizona, Columbia. Hold on one second. I want to find the new one. I don't want images. I want... Literally just saw this yesterday. It shouldn't be that hard to find. So, look at this shit. Imagine going to work every day as a fucking educator dealing with this bullshit. All these fucking brats out in the street that go to prestigious colleges. You know, imagine being that privileged that you don't even, first of all, you don't even recognize you're privileged. Is that dumb or privileged? That's dumb, Brooke. That's dumb. Imagine being so dumb you don't even recognize you're that privileged that you are going to prestigious colleges showing your ass for something that, first of all, doesn't even concern you. Second of all, if you're gay, they'd fucking kill you. Third of all, it don't concern you. There's so much shit that happens on American soil. If you want to fucking protest for something, go protest for higher wages. Go protest for lower inflation. Go protest that we never have another fucking dumb president to fuck this country up again. There's so many good causes that you could go protest for. But your dumb American ass is over here protesting for people that would kill you at the sight of you. Because you're an American. Because you're a Western whore in their eyes. And listen, this whole shit where you come to this fucking country on a visa to get educated and you bring your political bullshit with you and you start polluting the minds of our fucking youth, absolutely not. Deport. Cancel that motherfucking visa. You no longer are a student here. It was nice to know you. If you ain't got no respect for this country and you can't come to this country and act like you got respect for its citizens, you don't deserve to be here, plain and fucking simple. What you're not going to do is come to this country, brainwash our fucking children, and bully us into fucking submission. So it looks like this dumb heifer. This happened. This is currently going on. It started. It's spread from campus to campus. It looks like this girl at one of Virginia's public universities, they changed lots of rules because this girl, Serene, it's Sereenhaddad, told the House of Delegates committee that Israel military had killed 70 of her family members. First of all, bitch, you lying. Ain't nobody got no 170 members of their fucking family. Not immediate. The death toll of her relatives steadily climbing. In September, the Virginia Commonwealth University student told senators that 152 of her family members had been killed. Then she spoke about her 14-year-old cousin who was bombed while trying to get bread for his family. Bitch, you know all of this and you still over here causing problems. It sounds like you need to be grateful for the opportunity that you've been provided because you could be dead. But what do I fucking know? What do I know? I'm not saying you can't grieve the death of your fucking relatives, but what you don't do is put propaganda front and center to get your name in the media, to get fucking sympathy, to start a fucking protest, because that's what happened. That's what happened. So, oh Lord. So she's a protester now because her story, first of all, these numbers are completely inconsistent. Back in fucking like August, she said she lost 170. Then she said she lost 150. Then in fucking October, she said she lost 100. Listen. So it looks like at Virginia College, Virginia University or whatever, 13 people were arrested at VCU's protest and later charged with trespass and unlawful assembly. There were more than 100 arrested statewide in similar demonstrations. You know, the crazy part is if they weren't out here in the street protesting for Palestine, they'd be out here in the street protesting for the LGBTQ+. These people ain't got no fucking sense. They're children trapped in adult bodies. Their brains have not even started to fucking develop. They're gonna look back and not even remember why the fuck they were out there. Tell me how I know, Miss George Floyd fucking over here. This is how easily manipulated these children's minds are, okay? Even when they're coming out of high school, y'all, there's still such immaturity and naiveness, naivety. They're still naive as fuck, okay? And kids like this, what's the word? They're impressionable? Impressionable? Is that the right word? They easily latch onto things to be part of the in crowd, to be one of the cool kids. They're easily influenced. These kids don't even know what they're fun marching for. Let's be for real. Let's be for real. So, on this campus, there was a bunch of encampments. There was exchange students who were here on temporary visas, that part, that were part of these protests, and they just set up in tents and they wouldn't leave the campus. It became a huge issue. It's still an issue. And matter of fact, who was it? Somebody, Senator Hawley had someone who was over DEI programs in front of Congress the other day, grilling them about these issues with college campuses, about the protest. Yeah. About the protest. He grilled her about everything. DI programs, where the money was going at these colleges, how they handled student and teacher personal relationship, or the relationships and the dynamics. Like, and the colleges are just sitting there like, we don't know what to do with all of the encampments. Look at this. I'm going to go back to pictures and show y'all. Look at this. Look at all these students at the college posted up for Palestine. Colleges all over the country, they've been doing this. I said, damn, can they not afford rent? Can they not afford rent? Like, I get that if you need to stay on campus, you know? But, like, no. It's this Palestine bullshit. So, some of the colleges that have had an issue with this is Syracuse, City College, Princeton, USC, UC Berkeley, UNC Chapel Hill. Wow. So they tried to do it at UNC Chapel Hill, and the city said, fuck no, we can't do this. It's a violation of university facility policies. I'm surprised. College protests for pro-Palestine have taken place at more than 130 colleges and universities across the country. So, when did that start? When did the whole support for pro-Palestine start? Because I want to put something into perspective for a minute. If that only started in the last year or two, and that shit spread and seeped into the minds of these young sponges that quick, imagine what DEI programs have been doing for the past 5 or 6 years. And just think, this whole upcoming generation, most of them, unfortunately, are probably so far gone they'll never see to the right light. You know what I mean? But 130 colleges throughout the United States are pro-Palestine. When did the war in Gaza start? Oh, oh, bless my heart. 1 year and 2 months. So just in 13 months, over 130 college campuses were completely indoctrinated into leftist ideology. Hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of college kids protesting. And that right there is how you brainwash and condition and indoctrinate the youth. You know, Jordan has since been saying that these children are being manipulated through the education system, through the Department of Education, through colleges, through indoctrination. You know, it's a known fact that our educators are brainwashing children. And the Gaza Palestinian protest and support for these people goes to show that it only takes around 13 months to brainwash an entire college campus of kids. Is that not scary? I think that's pretty fucking scary. It goes to show how dumb we are actually becoming. How we've de-evolved. I'm not becoming dumber. I'm becoming smarter. But I don't know anything. You know, I'm pretty ignorant. But ain't it crazy how I can be this dumb and see this bullshit? Put it into a pattern, you know? Put it into a pattern. It's the same thing as what the LGBTQ plus did with, you know, indoctrinating their ideology into schools with the flags, you know? And then they did one better. They wanted to desecrate the American flag and not even have it shown. They want us to pledge allegiance to the rainbow of their leader. Like, it's just crazy. How long did that take? 4 years? 4 years from 2020 and school went back. So what was that? 21 to 24. So in 3 years, we went from having the American flag in classrooms, American history being taught. We had policy and procedure on how students were supposed to interact with educators. And in 3 years, the past 2 years, we have had the worst reading and math scores in our nation's history. We have had the lowest test scores in our nation's history. The flag was taken out of the classroom along with God and any mention of the Lord. Transgender flags, gay flags, MAPS flags were put in classrooms front and center just in 3 years. Just in 3 years. Because, you know, COVID, kids were home. I do believe that added to a problem, you know. It's just sickening. It's just, it makes me really concerned about the future, because if people are this easily influenced and they suffer from, you know, sheep syndrome, then No, I didn't want pictures of actual sheeps. He's cute, though. Ah. So sheep sold seashells by the seashore. Sheep syndrome refers to the human tendency to blindly follow others, similarly to how sheep in a flock follow their leader, essentially describing a herd mentality where people conform to the behavior or opinions of the majority without critical thinking. You know, we know about psychology. You know, we know why people operate the way that they do. And it is my belief that people are becoming easily influenced more than ever. And part of that is that they don't know themselves. They don't know what they stand for. They don't have a moral foundation. They don't have a virtuous foundation. And because of that, people, they float through life not really knowing who they are, what they stand for. They don't really have an opinion because they're scared to have an opinion. They don't want to piss anybody off. They don't want to seem like they're, not agreeable enough. There's multiple reasons. A lot of it, in my opinion, stems back to identity and insecurity. The core concept behind the sheep syndrome, where people tend to conform to the group behavior even if it contradicts their own beliefs to feel safe or accepted. Now, this is not all cases. I do believe that most people that suffer from sheep syndrome are just blatantly ignorant, and but they're in college, so they think they're smart. Even though they've never experienced life for real before. um, you know, but I do believe that it does somewhat, I think that it varies for every human. I think that it varies for every human. I think some people are just completely ignorant. I believe that some people are scared to be a leader because they're scared of the maybe repercussions or what that means for them going further. Like, and that's another thing. You don't just wake up and not and decide not to be a sheep. It usually comes with a lot of truth. You're like, wait a minute, that's not what my friend said. Why would my friend lie to me? She told me that there was 72 genders. What do you mean there's only 2? I've been lied to? Then you start and going and doing some digging and looking into like the facts of life, and it's like, oh, wait a minute. I can't believe I was that naive. And that's the point where you decide to continue to be a sheep or to become a leader. It's like, do I want to be complicit in this lunacy, or do I want to be called crazy? But be standing on facts. I'll be called crazy. This is what I was saying. I'm glad it mentions it says people exhibiting sheep syndrome may not thoroughly evaluate information, aka they're ignorant and they don't realize they're stupid, or make independent decisions simply following the crowd. So that's they don't want to not be one of the cool kids by saying, asking questions or trying to contradict what this other person said that this person needed to follow. Do you see what I'm saying? But also, I love how they say they may not thoroughly evaluate information. I'm going to have to use that. I'm going to be like, I don't think you're thoroughly evaluating the information. That's AKA you're a fucking idiot and you don't know how to read. Statistics, my dude. The desire to fit in and avoid social exclusion can contribute to the sheep syndrome. And can I just say, another thing that adds to the sheep syndrome is power in numbers. So that's a recipe for fucking disaster. And that's what we saw on these college campuses. These kids, this girl come out with this story saying that she lost almost 200 family members. Then miraculously, apparently 70 of them come back to life, because then it was only like 130. And then miraculously another few 30 came back to life, because then it was only 100. I don't know if there's any merit to her story. I have no doubt that if she's from Gaza, she's in extreme pain, and I can't fault her for gearing herself towards what she thinks is the plan of action and a movement that is for her people. I can't fault her for that. But going back to power in numbers and being a sheep, it gets worse. The more people that get involved in these types of things, it amplifies the situation. They feel power in numbers. It's like gang stalking, same situation, but if you have a bunch of sheep that are easily influenced, and then you got mass quantities of these sheep coming together to protest, it's a recipe for disaster, and then you have to take into account that most of these people are not even aware what they're fucking marching for. Yeah. So sheepish people, they often we often look at people who are sheepish as easily influenced, easily manipulated, lacking common sense or independent thought. So, if you want to follow the fucking crowd and be looked at as lacking independent thought and easily manipulated, then by all means, go ahead. But I ain't never been either one of those. You know what I mean? Maybe when I was a kid, let's be real, I was naive. Absolutely. But, that's what happens when you're a kid and your brain's not developing. And that's why you shouldn't be cutting your penis off or taking freaking hormones. Because we are easily influenced. And that's another thing. The way that the LGB use their movement to come after our children, them's fucking fighting actions. I don't care. Them's fighting actions. I'm not saying we need to go down and knock their door down. But what I'm saying is, imagine if the federal government would have deemed same-sex marriage not stable to own children. You are not allowed to be a parent and have children. Own children. Jesus Christ, Brooke. Maybe that's why you don't have children. Y'all knew what I meant. Don't take me literally all the time. But imagine if when same-sex marriage would have, it's like legal and people get married, gay people get married all the time. What if the Department of Health and Human Services would have said, absolutely not, that's not stable, that's not good for early childhood development, and any married couples will not have fucking kids? That's what the LGB did to our kids. They brainwashed them, trying to turn them away from their parents, tried to build secret relationships with their educators. Just imagine if the federal government would have told gays that they could not have children. But it's okay for the LGBTQ plus to spend billions of dollars brainwashing ours, pushing God out of our school, pushing education out of our school to replace it with porn. 50,000 books nationwide. And that wasn't just 50,000 for like the whole country. That was like just one school that got 50,000 pornographic books. Somebody on Quora, do all humans act like sheeps? What have you been through? What happened? Are you okay? Yes, exactly. That's what I was saying. I was definitely naive and kind of gullible. I don't think I was ever really like follow the crowd. But if I had a friend that wanted to go do something that was risky as shit, I was like, yeah, sure, whatever. Like, I was never following, like, trying to get in with the cool kids type, but I definitely had my own friends, and, like, if they wanted to go burn some shit or something, I mean, I was down. Let's do it. So, yes, naive, gullible, playing with the, fitting into your own clique. So it says, for some portion of our lives, yes, we do. We are sheep. Every one of us, without exception. As children, we can't do otherwise. We're too ignorant, too inexperienced to take care of ourselves. Yes, absolutely. I agree. So another person says, yes, absolutely. They look around to see what the other person's wearing, what the other person's driving, what the other person lives in, what the other restaurant has to eat, and where to live. Hold on. In the 1980s, I lived in Buckhead, a nicer section of Atlanta, Georgia. The governor's mansion is there. I started a small business. Everyone told me to attract affluent clients, I must appear affluent. Primarily, I should be driving a Porsche, or at least a new Cadillac. I'm a redneck hillbilly from Kentucky. I do not like 99% of Porsches. Sir, you're my spirit animal. I love you. Do you want to get married? I don't get it either, man. I feel you. He says, I don't like 99% of Porsches or the people that drive them. Sir. Now I got my first driver's license in 1970. I had a sedan DeVille. It had a 454 and was beautiful. But the 80s caddies were downsized and unattractive. I agree. I got a 68 Cougar for my corporate vehicle. If my business suffered, I could sell it. For whatever reasons, I've always disregarded what society dictated and went with what I thought was appropriate for me. And that's absolutely what you have to do at all moments of your life. You cannot be out here listening to what society tells you to do. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You have to go against the grain to have any respect for yourself. You're going to spend half of your life fighting tooth and nail just to have fucking dignity because people are trying to snuff the light out of you. Now, that said, I love bell-bottoms and platform shoes. My favorite bands were Black Sabbath, Led Zeppelin, Ted Nugent, Leonard Skinner. You get that idea. The first night I was in Atlanta, I got to accidentally see Donna Summers in concert. Hold on. Am I going to be able to read this whole thing? Where's the other half of it? Hold on. I'll follow him if you let me see the whole damn article. So he says he saw Donna Summer in concert. I love the Bee Gees and most disco. Me too. Are you my spirit animal? Out of all these people who are famous, I identify with Kid Rock. He is somewhat wealthy and lives in a double-wide trailer, but he owns hundreds of acres surrounding that trailer. So yeah, anyways, I think most people are sheep looking to be led. What? Listen, you didn't help me. I mean, you made me laugh, but like, okay. Oh, and that's another thing I was thinking about today, like the lack of validation that I've had in my life for things that were so true. And then, I fucking 10 years later, I'm like, oh, I thought that was true. And then it's like, well, did they not validate me because they wanted to hurt my feelings and they didn't want to let me know that I had some base level of basic knowledge of the world, or were they dumb and just not know that what I was saying was true at the time, or did not know how to validate me? That's something that I've been going through a lot recently, a lot. Like this morning, watching Teal's video. I think that I just need, how many people are going to get on the fucking World Wide Web, specifically YouTube, and say, oh yeah, if you're white and pretty, life's going to be harder for you. How many times have you heard the truth of that fucking reality? I mean, and it's maybe not harder, but you're going to face issues. You're going to face people still discriminating against you. See, that's the fucking elephant in the room that nobody wants to talk about because of DEI bullshit policies. We're not allowed to address the fact that white people has faced just as much fucking discriminatory fucking bullshit as fucking blacks and any other race. And matter of fact, I'm pretty sure that I was a fucking slave in my past life because this one has been pretty fucking rough too, I don't know who my ancestors are. I do know they weren't rich. I know that for a fucking fact. And I'm talking about my great grandmothers and grandfathers were slaves. So I can't wait to do a genealogy test. At least that's what Grandma said. She said that her families were from a long there was Americans enslaved as well, whites enslaved as well. And, we need to do a genealogy test. We really do. Because I think that it would be You know, I know that I come from a long list of poor families. Like, my whole entire family going back for generations was, poor, dirt poor. I probably have it better now than they did 6, 7, 10 generations ago. But I do know that my family never owned any slaves. Now, if we do a genealogy test and something's different, that's history. I don't deserve guilt because of what some other man did fucking 60, 70, 80 generations before me. Grandma wouldn't talk much about her family or about anything like that, my mom's mom. But part of the reason that I have always been comfortable around different races is because of my grandma, because she raised me to love everybody. We grew up, my grandmother had a Section 8 house. It was an apartment in a Section 8 complex. And so I grew up in not the best area. It wasn't a dangerous place, but you stand out as a minority as a white. And there was not this much racism back then. I remember playing with kids in the neighborhood and, like, you know, I remember playing with kids in the neighborhood. I remember having friends. I remember being in a minority a lot, especially when I was in foster care and group homes. But there was not this much divide as it is now. And these DEI programs, what they're essentially teaching the upcoming generation is that they ought to be ashamed of being white. And look how easily manipulated people are. I mean, look at these college kids that soaked up this Palestinian bullshit like sponges. Sponges. They fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker. Ain't that how you say that? Oh. Yeah, no, that's another thing we need to bring back. Did y'all see that the White House is gonna be releasing like a special Bible? It's gonna have the Constitution. It'll have the Bill of Rights. It'll have the Declaration of Independence. It'll have the Pledge of Allegiance. All of our American history. They're making a Bible that will have the King James Version, plus all of these things in there. We need to go ahead and start, listen, I'm getting chill bumps. We need to literally go ahead and start funding getting a copy of this book to every student in this country. Now, half of them are going to be sheep because of their parents, because their parents believe leftist bullshit and ideology, and they're not even raising them with, you know, the hope of knowing Jesus Christ as their Savior. That's the sad part. It's one thing to say, fuck God, and you as a parent turn your back on our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, but it's a whole nother thing to doom your child's soul to burn in hell because you don't want to introduce them to the word of the Lord. But once again, these people don't even believe in truth. So is it any surprise that they would gear their children away from the truth? You know, I mean, they don't believe in anything that's logical. Listen, I saw the other day a gay couple whose son was discriminated against in school. Apparently, this teacher, I think this was Utah. So, you know, it's one of those things where the parents doesn't, you know, they're too stupid to realize that they're a gay couple in the middle of one of the most Mormon places on earth. But what do I know? What do I know? So, I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it. Essentially, what happened was it was a gay couple, and, you know, this teacher was wrong. She told the little boy that it was wrong for him to have two daddies, allegedly. We don't know this. It's not like we got it on camera. So essentially, this like 7-year-old boy says that this educator told him that having two daddies was wrong. Now, if she said that, she was absolutely in the wrong. Bitch, you are stepping out your lane. I'm going to need you to get back in your lane because that's not your responsibility. What people are doing in their home with their children is not your business, plain and simple. You're an educator, not a parent. Now, you might have children of your own, you parent, but these ain't your children. So she is supposedly made horrible statements to this child who's like under 10 years old. And there was other students that came to bat and was like, wait a second, Miss Teacher, you shouldn't say that. That's mean. It's sad when children have to play the adults in the room. Now, I don't agree with what she said. It's one of those things where I could never go into that sector of work because I sit there and watch that bullshit all day. Listen, this little boy was adopted by this gay couple. He seems to be happy. I already see signs that he's going to be a handful, because in the news article, this little boy who's not even 10, he's essentially saying, oh, I told her to shut the fuck up, and I come home and told my fucking dad, and then we made sure she was fired. It's the attitude and the way that his mannerisms and the way that he's talking, going back to that girl that I was talking about today, the woman that has the child that acts like a heathen. You can look at children and see how they're being brought up. Listen, it ain't my business, but it is a sin. I just want to be clear. Homosexuality is a sin. Now, so is the death penalty, but I still believe in that, honey. So I'm not saying that I'm judging you for doing that, because I'm not. I have a brother that's gay. I do. And that's his business. That's his business. So, I love him regardless. I just want him to be happy. It's not my business. Now, when it comes to children, because of the fact that I have children, it's my business. Yeah. And it's not okay for educators to interject themselves like that. Yeah. It was crazy. I was like, what? I was like, whoa. As soon as that kid started talking, though, I was like, oh, God. He gonna be hell in heels and... in 15 years, he gonna be hell in heels. I can see him now walking down the strip, flipping his hair and down, pop, lock, and dropping it. Listen. So I was still reading about, this sheep complex, this sheep, how people follow the crowd. Oh, is that what that means? Oh, I'm antisocial as fuck on a scale of 1 to a bajillion. I'm at the bajillion. I'm so antisocial. I did not know what that... I thought that was like a mental condition. What does that mean? You can't go like around large crowds? You scared of people? You got agoraphobia or something? So, to be antisocial means to go against society, against laws, rules, and norms. No, that... asocial? I don't understand. Why you gotta confuse me? Yeah, I thought it was a fucking personality disorder. Yeah. It's a mental health condition. Bro, what are you talking about? This is why you gotta be careful on Corey, y'all. It's a fucking antisocial behavior, actions that may harm other or violates their rights, such as stealing, physical assault, lying, manipulation. Antisocial behavior can also refer to habits that are considered to go against social norms, such as smoking. Do you hear this? This is an AI-generated information post. Do you see? Listen at that conditioning. So, because I don't want to pay your high motherfucking taxes, because I don't want to take your prescription meds that poison the system, because I don't want your vaccine that causes heart problems, because I vape, I'm antisocial. Antisocial behavior refer to habits that are considered to go against the social norms. Bullshit. Bullshit. That's being human. So it is. It means that to be antisocial is contrary to the laws and customs of society. So you go against the grain. You ask questions. You're intelligent. Okay? You don't. Now, it is also a mental health disorder. You can get diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder. But also to be like just a, I don't know, just, also if you go against the grain, you're going to be considered antisocial. Like, apparently if you smoke. But it's okay for them to do cocaine in the White House. It's okay to have drugs in the White House, but Lord forbid if you smoke cigarettes. It's okay for Hunter to smoke crack and take pictures of himself with hookers with a crack pipe hanging out of his mouth. But Lord forbid you smoke a cigarette. You're going to hell. You're antisocial. You need more mental health drugs. Who? Listen to this. It says, most people do exhibit sheep behavior, but it's a developed trait. I could see that, especially starting in school, early elementary to middle. You get conditioned by your peers. You fall into following instead of leading. It's kind of like Darwin's survival of the fittest, but survival, becoming one of the cool kids, being one of the cool sheep type of thing, It says the entire education system is designed to create a kind of predictable behavior. Work hard, follow rules, and stay out of trouble to get ahead. The people without sheep behavior learn about alternative rules and rebel. You don't say. Damn, I wish I could ask him a question. Does this cause problems for the whole life or just half the life? I think so too. Human behavior is much more dominated by emotions than logic. Not only this, but logic can be completely turned off by the emotional portion in high-stakes situations. This is because logic does not exist separately from the emotional regions, but it's an outgrowth of them. Let me think for a second. Okay. Yes, humans operate on emotions. What makes them feel good. This is also why we see people with higher self-interest going on, this is part of the reason that the world is becoming a worse place, because people are motivated by self-interest, what makes them feel good in the moment. They're not operating on logic. They know they shouldn't have that second donut, but they say fuck it and shove it down their throat anyways. You know what I mean? They're not logically, I've had one donut, I don't need no more. Non-logic, ooh, it would make me feel really good to have that second donut. Do you get what I'm saying? And outwardly, we can look in society and see the cracks. So clearly people are ruled, they're operating self-motivated interest and what makes them feel good in the moment. We do know that instant gratification is like front and center in everybody's lives. But logic can be completely turned off by emotional portion in high stakes situations. So this is going back to like that peer pressure thing, or agreeableness. This is because logic does not exist separately from the emotional regions. It's an outgrowth of them. Thus, we will never be logical, or when we can be logical, when emotions are not present. This is why people are blinded by love, lashing out in anger, driven by lust, addicted. I don't know. Interesting. Definitely made me think. I agree with half of it. Oh, how did we end up here? Is there a scientific explanation for why people tend to mimic each other's behaviors in group settings? the gang-like stalking mentality, groups in numbers, power in numbers. Have there been any studies conducted on this phenomena? Search the internet for herd mentality. Look at all the college protests in support of Hamas territories in Palestine. 99% of those protesters would get up and go home if left alone. Instead, we have Hamas supporters organizing the protest, even providing tents, food, etc. in order to prolong the protest. If the colleges were smart and forced everyone to leave after, say, 6 p.m. every day, most of the protesters wouldn't come back. Most of the protesters are not even college students. They're from out of town and bust in. If they had to buy their own food and pay for lodging, they'd leave. So not only are they a sheep, but they're weak. The colleges should also outright ban any protesters who aren't registered students. Protesters who aren't registered college students for that college should be arrested if they refuse to leave. The majority of the group are simply following the herd mentality. I can't even top that. I mean, you know, that's how we got here. Cool moment. Shit's wild. So wild. Imagine Christmas dinner. All these kids coming home from college and they gotta face their parents after they've been out here in the streets protesting for a country that would gut them like a fish, slice your throat on the spot. Y'all don't know who you're dealing with. Tell me you were too immature to be protesting without telling me. You know, I don't think you have all the facts. I think you're forgetting some information here. I think you're forgetting a lot of information, especially gay people. Especially gay people. Who was it talking about they throw them off the top of a building or something? Oh, Ben Shapiro. When it first started, he said, you do recognize that all you gay people out here, they'd throw y'all off the tops of buildings if you were in Palestine, right? God, my stomach hurts. Well, I guess I'm about to get in bed and try to, like, read or something. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I can't do anything but what I'm doing, you know? It's the best that I can do. Shit sucks. Shit really sucks. I've been biting the hell out of my cuticles from stress, my lips. I guess I've been doing that for a week now. I guess it's like I don't pay attention to the fact that it's like my stress levels start to go up and then it comes to a head. Like, there's like warning signs. Me biting my lips like the week before, it's like, oh yeah, I'm stressed the fuck out. I'm actually surprised my hair's not falling out from the amount of stress that I've been under this year, or worse, you know. I guess my mentality is like, oh, you can't get sick, you can't be hurt, you don't have money for that. So I guess, you know, once you set that in your mind that you can't afford to go to the ER, you just stop getting hurt and sick. Crazy how that happens. Seriously. You find the super glue if you need a stitch. It sucks. It really sucks. It's a slap in the face, for real, from the Department of Social Services after everything I've been through, after everything they know that I went through, for them to take my food stamps. The only way I had to feed myself. Like, the only way I had to feed myself, you know? It sucks. I'm sick of this shit every day. Every fucking day. It's never ending. It's never ending. But I guess that's what I need to do. I need to be honest about this. So that's what I'm going to start doing. I'm sick of staying silent. Like, I thought that being silent would make things better, but it hasn't. It's made things worse. Quite worse. Like, 10 times worse than they were last Christmas. So I don't understand how things keep getting this bad and nobody else is talking about them, and it seems like everybody's just able to support themselves. I don't know how, when rent is fucking $3,000 a month. I don't know how. I don't know how. But I hope y'all have a good day. Y'all be safe. I will when I get some money. I don't have money to eat. So, or water. So, welcome to life. This is real life. Welcome to life. And you know, I've, in my opinion, I've pawned everything that I can pawn. I'm not pawning my computer. I'm not pawning my headphones. I'm not pawning my fucking watch. I'm not pawning, you know, any more jewelry. I can't do that. Like, everything that I have left is everything that I have left. It's all that I have left, you know? I had a house full of fucking furniture and nice clothes and a walk-in fucking closet, and I don't have any of that anymore. I don't have nothing left, you know? I can't get rid of anything else and make any more economical changes to my life. Every penny I get goes in this fucking gas tank. Every penny. I spend not even 10% of my income on food. Every penny goes into this truck. Every single penny. Every penny. And that's, you know, I've been saying that for months. I keep saying how I want to move to another country, how I'm done with this fucking country. The issue is my car. If I move to another country, I won't be able to have my car. So, you know, where will I live? How could I manage that? I don't fucking know. It doesn't seem possible. And hell, every time I see a new news report, it's another fucking American that's missing. Why do I want to put myself in that fucking situation? One way or another, I'm going to have to get rid of the truck. I mean, it's non-negotiable. I can't afford it. I can't afford it. I'm already, you know, one truck payment behind. I've been paying truck payment after truck payment. I made 2 this past month. And I'm 1 truck payment behind. Well, I'm about to be another truck payment behind. So that'll be 2. So that means that they'll be back up for repossession. Because my check from YouTube is only $200. So that's what happens when you're homeless. And you get bullied by a bunch of bitches up in Planet Fitness that hate themselves. And they stalk you and fucking follow you around trying to antagonize you. They want to piss you off. They want to send you to jail. That's what happens. When you're already at the lowest of low in society, you have meth heads and pill heads trying to start problems because they don't feel pretty. I'm just glad that Till said it. I needed it. And like I said 6 months ago, if I would have heard this information, I probably would have turned my anger inwards and started punishing myself instead of recognizing that people are simply ignorant. I had to find Socrates before I could find Till this morning. Does that make sense? Because otherwise, I would have started hating myself and loathing myself for what God blessed me with. I would have felt like I was the problem in society, when what it is, people in society have a lot of mental health problems. They have a lot of identity issues. Look at the youth. Everybody's got fucking body dysmorphia now. A lot of people in society struggle with low self-worth, low self-esteem, self-hatred, shame, guilt, regret. That's why they treat other shit. Has nothing to do with you. Don't take it personal. And matter of fact, I've gotten to where I've started to show these people grace because I truly feel bad for them. One thing I will say, I don't know where my self-love comes from, honey, but I have always loved me. It must be a Sagittarius thing. I have always loved me. You know, you can say whatever you want about me, but I know who I am. I know what I've done. I know. And people are always going to be in your life trying to tell you who you are. And most of that, babe, they're conditioning you. They're trying to control you. They're trying to build a facade for you. I feel bad when people are like, when I notice it now, the bombastic side eye or the mean fucking mug before I even get to the counter to pay for my shit. I've started to realize that it's from a place of not being whole, not knowing who you are, and suffering from all, I mean, it could be anything, you know. These things were happening to me years before I opened this channel. I mean, it's been happening to me my whole life. I had adults treating me that way as a child. So it's a deep psychological problem in this country. Fuck DEI. Let's teach people how to love themselves, regardless of their fucking race. I don't mind throwing $1 billion at that to teach people how to become more virtuous, to love themselves, to find peace in solitude. That's what we need to be teaching. Not fucking DEI, didn't fucking earn it programs. Could you imagine the riots that would be in the street if some white people did some shit like that? Like I said, I mean, just imagine that we would have told gay people they couldn't have children, that it was child abuse, that it wasn't good for the psychological development of children, and so therefore it falls under neglect and abuse. Just imagine. Or if when Lincoln freed the slaves, he made them go through all kinds of programming to be able to. What if Lincoln would have freed the slaves, but first they have to go through 4 years of conditioning at a college to teach them how to be more white so that they can fit in with society, because that's essentially what you're teaching in DEI programs when you're pulling all the fucking whites out, telling them how to be nicer to fucking other races of people. What? Yeah, they teach you what you can and cannot say. There's people that have talked about this online. I should find some stuff. The lady, there was one lady, said that they're taught to say things a certain way so that they don't offend others. Hold on, wait a minute. I thought I had free speech, bruh. Like, as long as I ain't damn, inciting a riot, like, what happened to free speech? That's that programming. Isn't that crazy? Is that not crazy? Imagine. I mean, I just feel like, I hope I'm not getting sick. I just feel like that divides people more and that teaches racism. But I could be crazy. Where am I going? I'm going in the back. I'm going in the back. Try to lay back there and down, relax for a little while. That's what we were just talking about, indoctrination. That's exactly what, those are adults, so it's a little different. I mean, you're definitely still turning adults into sheep. It's still the sheep mentality. It's like, you're going to believe what we believe, or else we'll make sure you don't have a fucking career or a job here. You know? And that's what these people in their offices and these corporate people trying to climb the corporate ladder, people that do like data analysis, people that work for the government, people that work for the military, people that do computer programming. I've heard horror stories of the type of shit that they've had to deal with at work. It's either get on board or not have a job, which is crazy. I mean, that's sheep mentality. I mean, of course you're going to do it because, I wouldn't. But that's probably why I don't have a fucking job. So, I'm just being honest. So, there's lots of positions. One in particular last year where I had to put my foot down and say absolutely fucking not. They tried to make me sell my ass out of a restaurant and I quit. They sexually harassed me, the owners. Offered me large sums to freaking New Orleans with them and have a threesome. How disgusting. And I lost my job over it. I quit. So, yeah, I've had job opportunities. But I ain't sleeping with nobody to fucking hold a job. I ain't doing it. By all means, if you want to. Uptown Tavern in Eden, North Carolina. I'm never going to shut up about that shit either. Because it was wrong. And that's another reason I went through financial insecurities. Like, they still owe me thousands of fucking dollars. If I had that money, I could pay my bills right now. You know what I mean? I could fucking buy water. I could buy food. I could fucking take care of the things I need to take care of if the people that owed me money would give me my damn money. That literally pisses me off so bad. It's infuriating because I ain't never done somebody like that. Ever. Ever. Have I ever? I don't even operate like that, man. I don't even operate. I'm the type of person I don't even know how to explain it. I'm the type of person to go into a restaurant, get waited on by a waitress, and I'll see that she is like slam packed, busy as hell. I'll leave her extra money because of that, but I'll also bust my fucking table so she ain't got to do it. I'll make sure she ain't got to make no extra trips for me because I see that she's busy. Like, I have a level of awareness and empathy that most people do not. And when you're mixed up with evil like that in a restaurant, working for people that are blatantly evil, trying to abuse you, trying to use you, trying to exploit you, and you're a good person like me, you can't mix that shit. You start to go crazy. It's a miracle I'm even sane after working in the strip club environment for 17 years, because that was just blatant evil. The whole environment. I don't want to be anywhere like that. And I can't imagine what it must be like to be in the corporate world and have to act like you agree with blatant ignorance. It's not even logical. None of it is logical. None of it. Left ideology, they went off the tracks, man. They went off the tracks hard. I used to be a leftist. I was a Democrat for many, many years. And they went off the tracks, man. They lost me. They lost me at fucking gender affirming care. Okay? They lost me. I'm sorry. And then they just sealed the deal with DEI. And then they they really lost me. All of it. All of it. The Trump assassination, that bullshit. If they would have took him out, I probably would have went over the deep end, y'all. I think a lot of us would. We would have completely lost hope. Like, you know, yeah. If you ain't got haters, you ain't popping. That's how you know that he's good, because they tried to kill him multiple times, and they don't do that for just anybody, babe. We've had a lot of bad presidents. Clearly, they like to kill the good ones. I mean, poor old Lincoln, he set the slaves free, started the fucking Republican Party, partially, and, you know, changed the course of humanity in this country for the rest of our lives. He changed everything. I mean, talk about one of the kindest acts he could have been working on at the time. This man completely dedicated and gave his life to help black people, minorities, people that were going through the struggle, and they killed him. You know, it was a crazy leftist, but still, it's the principle. They're trying to snuff him out and kill him because he's good. That's what our world does to good people. It's what it does to anything that's good. Any kind of light, any kind of little hope, you know, it's got to be snuffed out because people fucking hate themselves. It sucks. Yeah, I do like that Teal Swan girl, Laura. She's really nice. She seems like she can be very beneficial to, like, anybody, really, but specifically women who have been through a lot, especially, like, narcissism, childhood trauma, gaslighting, manipulation, abusive relationships. That video that she posted, I want to see that trend of truth finally being told in 2025. It's like, we all knew this, but ain't nobody allowed to say it. We all knew that people that struggle with low self-worth and identity issues have a tendency to take their frustrations out on other people around them in society. We all knew this. We all knew that people that don't view themselves as attractive take their frustrations out on pretty people. We all knew this. If you didn't, I mean, you're probably not a woman. If you're a woman, you get it. I don't think men behave in this manner as much as women, because women are emotional creatures. But once again, I don't operate under that logic. I actually operate under logic when it comes to how I deal with people in society. I don't harbor jealousy, envy, animosity, you know, any of these emotions that would make me act or treat somebody poorly. I've never in my life. Never. But women do that. Men, not so much. Men operate more under a logic, rational approach. Women, because we're emotional creatures, You bitches are subject to bitterness. Not all of you. You know, and it shows in how females treat other people. And, you know, we all knew this, but it was like the quiet part that nobody could say out loud. I'm sick of that shit. I'm sick of that. That's how we got here. Let's not forget where we are. That's how we got here, was just acting like, you know, things are not a problem and everything will get better on its own. And a body positivity movement will make them be nicer to society. So let's push it. Like, no. It made them turn into big old motherfucking bullies. What are you talking about right now? You gave confidence to people that have no fucking shame. You gave confidence to people that are living in illusion, and you turn them into bullies. Things have gotten worse in the past 4 years. If you a pretty motherfucking girl, you know exactly what I'm talking about, bitch. So don't act like you don't have these problems every fucking day. Because I know you do. I know you do. It's gotten bad. The bullying from certain people, as I've already described clearly, they've turned into bullies. Y'all saw that damn skit that I posted of them damn, it was a hippo and her mother. I'm joking. It was a woman and her daughter in the Costco, and they were bullying this black guy. They were hitting him with the cart. Y'all saw how them women acted. Now imagine dealing with that a few times a day. That mentality. That level of ignorance, clear disrespect for anyone and everyone, and including themselves, you know. It's the bully sheep mentality, man. The bully mentality. I don't know. It's crazy to me. It's crazy. I could never. I don't care if I was with 15 friends at a concert and they started berating some guy for something, or I don't know. I don't care. I would be the one that steps in and be like, hold the fuck up. I know you bitches been drinking, but y'all being really mean to this nice man right now. Or, you know what I mean? I've always been that person to be like, oh, fuck no. But that causes you problems in society. That's why Jordan says that you have to be a certain level of you got to have some agreeableness to you. And I do if it's fucking logical. I do if it's logical. But how agreeable am I supposed to be in the type of situation where restaurant owners are expecting me to sleep with them to hold my position bartending? Am I not agreeable enough? Or am I just not a dirty whore? Because I just think I'm not a dirty whore. I think you get diseases that way. Especially given the circumstances that these people were pretty much fucking everything that walked and worked in that place. Listen, honey, you can be a swinger. You can swing all day long. Swing around the world. Okay? Swing around the world. Vagina's full of STDs. Go off. But don't involve me in your evil fucking bullshit. You don't know what I already been through. You don't even know if I want to be touched. Bitch, you can damn brush up against me and you might get cold cocked in the throat. You don't know. It's a surprise. Fun. What'd that guy say? So exciting. So exciting. Oh God, that was a Kevin Hart skit. So exciting. You don't know. Oh God. But yeah, just don't involve me in your shit. I simply wanted to go in that restaurant, work, help them earn money, which I could have done. And their self-interest, you know, God, the audacity. But, you know, the girls that worked for them were sheets. These are young girls, some of them on drugs. All of them not from the best upbringing. All of them from horrible situation, horrible economic, social situations. So, you know, these things happen. This is the world. This is what it's been. It's the first restaurant that's running a fucking sex trafficking ring out of it. It's just the first one that I've ever walked into and had the guts to talk about. You know, it's crazy. I know it's crazy. But crazier things have happened. Look at all the crazy stories I told you guys about every single fucking day. It's not too hard to imagine that it's possible because, well, one, I lived it, but also look at the state of the world. Look at hookup culture. Look at sexual harassment. These things have gotten worse. I know people want to think, oh no, it's gotten better. No, it hasn't. We got more people on earth. You know, I was watching something today and they were talking about how many slaves there are currently in the United States. I mean, in the world. There's like 30 something million slaves. We got more people enslaved now than we ever did back in the 1700s before, before 1800s when it was abolished. We have way more people enslaved now, currently. There's more slaves on this earth now than there was 300 years ago. Things are getting worse because there's more people. I mean, definitely getting worse because there's less law enforcement and the cops have been defunded. But these things are getting worse because the world is more populated. And that's the part of the Bible that I do believe in is Revelations, honey, because it's not that I don't believe any of it. It's just I'm questioning God's motives, okay? Like his existence because of economic reasons. But in Revelations, it talks about everything that we're going through. Everything. So you going to get the chip? You going to get the chip? I'm not getting that damn chip. But if you don't get the chip, you're going to end up dead. They'll cut your head off. I mean, I don't know. That's just what the Bible says. It says you'll be prosecuted. I assume that they'll probably burn us at the stake like a witch, right? Stone us to death. Oh, by the end, they probably have something to damn zap us that's like super effective and super cheap. It won't be as expensive as damn lethal injection or something, probably, right? Some scary shit. Super scary. All right, I'm really gone. I'm really, really gone. I'm going to do some reading. I hope y'all have a good night. Yeah, me neither. I'm not taking no damn chip. I don't even want to have to deal with the damn bank, much less a chip. I hate dealing with the damn insurance people, with the phone company. What makes y'all think I want to damn implant a chip into my body? I don't like to deal with any kind of technology, honestly. I mean, other than you guys. But y'all be safe. We'll talk later. I'm going to figure out a plan to try to keep myself from spiraling into negativity. I'm just so tired of making positive steps forward, like taking these positive steps forward, and then financially I can't survive, man. I can't. I don't understand. I don't understand. I just don't know why more people aren't talking about it. I mean, right now is the time to fight back if you're fucking displaced like me. Because that's what I am. I'm not homeless. I own a home. I'm displaced. But anyways, I'm praying for y'all and pray for me. Bye, y'all.